From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC network. In today's conference matchup, the D'Youville University Saints take on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody, or I should say, good morning. My name is Joe Foreman alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. We are going to get off to an early start here this morning, hence why we had to delay our intro following the introduction of our broadcast with our video package. They're about set to introduce starting lineups out on the field. So Andrew and I will step aside very quickly and take a break. The national anthem will be played, starters will be introduced, and we'll be right back with the start of today's ECC doubleheader between the Dolphins and Saints.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. We took our operation over to the baseball diamond yesterday, and that's left us with some residual internet issues, but it looks like we are all set to go for the start of today's game, as the first pitch from Alexis Miramontes misses for ball one. We'll get you the starting lineup for the Dolphins in just a moment, as that pitch is in for the game's first strike.
Well, last time we were at this specific field here, Joe, Dolphins came away with a quite a big win on the comeback, as they were down 8-0, came back and won at 9-8.
That was some day last week, as the Dolphins earned a sweep of American International College. That's hit right back to the circle. Miramontes has it, and there's one away in the first inning.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 15.
Good to have for Miramontes. Gets the quick first out. Just 4 pitches into this game.
That was Gianna Adamo leading things off for the Saints. At the plate now is Laura Beck, and she takes outside for ball one. Here comes the 1-0. And that's it out to straightaway left. Acosta initially broke in, but she ranges back to make the catch for the second out.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 18, Hannah Bardeen.
2 up, 2 down quick for D'Youville here. Miramontes working through the first inning rather quickly here. Let's see if she can get out 1, 2, 3 to start.
That will bring Hannah Bardeen to the plate. Bardeen comes in with 19 RBIs, slugging at .661. The team leading 16 runs scored, 5 home runs, and that's hit well out to deep left field. Acosta ranging back toward the fence, and that's off the wall. Bardeen heads to second, and she is in standing with a 2-out double.
Well, I thought you were going to hit the jinx there. I thought you were going to hit the coincidental, as that ball was headed far, as we were talking about home runs. And that goes right off the wall and left behind Acosta. And D'Youville's on second with 2 outs in the inning. First hit of the game.
A bit more wind, and that ball was gone. But right now, very calm in terms of wind here at the CSI softball complex, as Lauren Booth takes a called strike one. Booth comes in the team's leading hitter at .362, second in slugging. Also the only other Saint with a home run. She has a pair. First base open. I would not be surprised if Miramontes pitches carefully here. And the 1-1 skips in. It was blocked by Mayer, but the ball gets away. And Bardeen moves up to third.
Good block by Mayer as that skips away in the dirt. Unfortunately, just skips away enough for Bardeen to move over to third. Still 2 away in the inning here.
2-1 the count on Booth, and that's it out to short. Soft pop-up. Balderas makes the catch, and the inning is over. Saints strand a runner at third, and the Dolphins escape the first inning unscathed. No score. Headed to the bottom half of the first.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex. No score entering the bottom half of the first inning. Mariah Carcano will lead things off for the Dolphins against Lauren Booth in the circle for the Saints. First pitch of the game for Booth is in for a called strike. Get you the numbers on Booth in just a moment. As that's it on the ground softly to second. Throw to first just in time. And Carcano is retired for the first out. Starting lineup for the Dolphins: Carcano, Anissa Acosta, Balderas, Moore, Alyssa Acosta, Funston, Edwards, Mayer, Whalen, and in the circle, Miramontes. In the first inning for D'Youville, Adamo, Beck, Bardine, and Booth came to the plate. We'll get you the rest of the starters in a few moments. As that misses up and in. The rest of the D'Youville starters: Prisbish, Bush, Gadaris, Dewey, and Bauer. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike on Anissa Acosta. And that's hit softly, and that's down in shallow center field for a base hit.
Yeah, Gianna Adamo was ranging over from second, just out of her reach, and the Dolphins able to pick up their first hit of the game. Acosta standing over at first to bring up Balderas.
Well, TJ doesn't have very many soft hits. That one,
that's for sure.
A bloop line drive into shallow center. She came in slugging at .500 as that's lined into center field for a base hit. That rolls all the way to the fence. Acosta is being waved home. She will score. Heading to third and sliding in safely as the throw trickled away was Balderas, and the Dolphins have taken an early 1-0 lead.
Balderas wastes no time there. She takes that pitch and slaps it right up the middle, and that takes a long roll all the way to the center field wall. It's going to allow Acosta to round all the way home for the first run of this game. Balderas in at third, still only 1 away. Great start for the Dolphins here in their side of the first inning.
And Moore hits one in the air on the infield. Easy play at short, and there are 2 gone. Well, I was about to say before that base hit, Anissa Acosta came in with 13 hits. 9 have gone for extra bases. With that last triple, Balderas now has 5 extra base hits on the season, 6 RBIs, and that hit was number 18 for her on the year. She came in third on this Dolphins team in slugging. Still an opportunity here for the Dolphins to add some more in the first. It will be left to Alyssa Acosta with a runner on third and 2 outs. And Acosta looks at a strike.
Well, Acosta's another great batter. She's averaging .333 on the season. 19 hits, 8 runs.
That one skipped away, but not far enough. Both softball and baseball have had several freshmen who have made impacts on those respective teams. Acosta, of course, one of them for the softball squad. Balderas over at third base, another. Alexandra Frenza in the circle. Is that a big impact for this Dolphins team? Especially in that doubleheader on Wednesday. Pitched really well against the Yellow Jackets and helped the Dolphins secure a pair of victories. 2-1 the count on Acosta. And she takes a called strike. Comes the 2-2. And Acosta offered at that pitch for strike 3. So Booth settles down after a pair of base hits, records the next 2 outs, and limits the Dolphins to just 1 run. Our score heading to the second, 1-0 Staten Island.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex, where the first pitch of the second inning is in for a called strike. Emily Prisbish at the plate. She comes in 13 of 67 on the season, and she takes high. Didn't get a chance to talk much about these two teams. Perhaps we'll have more of an extended pregame ahead of Game 2. Got started about 10 minutes early as that's it out to left. Acosta there once again, and she has another putout.
Now batting the third baseman, number 8.
Alyssa Acosta seeing some action there in left field so far. She gets 2 fly balls to start this game. First 4 DUville outs.
The wind that is blowing right to left. More often we see the wind blowing left to right here at the College of Staten Island, especially over at the baseball diamond. If I'm not mistaken, the two fields are oriented in the same direction, so the wind shouldn't be different between the two venues. Nonetheless, as I was about to say, Saints have gotten the better of the Dolphins thus far in the all-time series. They lead it 7-1, as once again that's hit out to left. Another chance for Acosta, and she makes the catch.
Acosta had to move that time as she moves over into left center to get that. No problem for her, though. 2 up, 2 down for DUville.
Michaela Bush retired quickly there. And Olivia Guderis will be the batter. DUville leads the all-time series against CSI 7-1. And we were talking about it on the air before we came on today. You have the distinction of calling the lone CSI win solo last season. And that was in the most recent game these two teams played.
Remember that game.
Dolphins won that game 7-5. Comes the 1-1 pitch. And that misses away. Comes the 2-1. And that catches the corner for strike 2.
1 strike away from another quick inning here from Miramontes.
This second inning really has moved along quickly as that's topped foul. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on the Saints shortstop. Miramontes 1 strike away from a second scoreless inning. And that's tapped right back to the circle. Miramontes has it, and she throws out Guderis for the final out of the inning. 1-2-3 second for Miramontes in the circle. Dolphins lead it 1-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
first pitch in the bottom half of the second inning is lined to left field, and the Dolphins have a leadoff base runner as Amelia Funston drives a base hit to the opposite field.
Well, Funston wants to pick it up right where the Dolphins left off in the first inning. Dolphins were able to pick up their first run and their first 2 hits back in the first inning. And Funston goes right after the first pitch of the Dolphins' second, and into left it goes for a base hit.
That one's grounded toward the middle. Chance for 2. And the Saints quickly turn the double play.
Wow. Strong play over at short. The quick step on second, the throw down to first, heads up play, and first pitch, Dolphins had a runner on. The second pitch, Dolphins have now 2 outs in the inning.
Nicely done by Gadaris over at short. Not often you see that. 2 pitches, a base hit, and 2 outs in an inning. As Rianne Mayer swings and misses at the first pitch she sees for strike 1. Dolphins have come to the plate aggressive early in this game yet again. Get you the numbers on Lauren Booth as well. She comes in having appeared in 12 games, including 7 starts. She's pitched to a 1-5 record. In 38 2/3, she's allowed 59 hits, 41 runs, 33 of those earned. And Mayer has a base hit, the 4th CSI hit of the game, and the 2nd of the inning.
Well, the bats are out so far for the Dolphins so far. Already 4 hits in this one as they get another one from their catcher, Rianne Mayer. They keep the inning going for Victoria Whalen.
Whalen had a very nice week last week. 4 hits and 8 official at-bats. She fouls that one back. And Tracy Garofalo calls Whalen down the third baseline. And I think that was because the catcher took a foul ball. The Dolphins showing good sportsmanship there. Buying Bauer some time behind the plate. A good off-speed pitch there from Booth as that swung on and missed.
Dolphins are very aggressive at the plate so far, swinging at almost everything.
Here comes the 0-2. And Whalen takes down and away. Comes the 1-2. That's fouled straight back. Speaking of foul balls, for those who only tune into the softball games, they didn't see it, or hear it, I should say. Foul ball into the booth yesterday. Narrowly missed the MAC by about,
I'd say
an inch or 2. 3 inches max.
Max.
As Whalen swings and misses, and the Saints will have to complete the putout over at first. But foul ball misses the MAC, hits me. That was our day yesterday. As for the Dolphins, they earned a split on the baseball diamond. We'll talk more about them later. As they are assembled in right field right now, taking in this game, they head to Queens for a 1 p.m. start. They should be departing shortly. We head to the third inning here at the softball complex. The Dolphins still lead it 1-0.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Third inning getting started from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still lead 1-0. Already 4 hits for the Dolphins in this game. Just 1 for the Saints. Brianna Dewey will lead things off, and she shows bunt as she pulls it back for ball 1. And the 1-0 sails way upstairs. And Dewey did not go, as they checked over at first base on that last swing. 2-0 the count now on the Saints right fielder. And she takes a strike.
Well, Miramontes has been solid so far. Job to get back in the count here.
That's fouled away. For Miramontes, most of her outings this season have either gone very, very well or very, very poorly. There hasn't been much middle ground. Here comes the 2-2, and that's fouled away. Marquise, our athletic communications content creator, venturing across Loop Road and chasing after those foul balls. Always worthy of a shout-out. Comes the 2-2, and that's swung on and missed for strike 3.
Wow, what a battle back for Miramontes, who was behind 2-0 in the count, and she comes back with 3 straight strikes. And gets the strikeout for the first out of the inning. What persistence.
That will bring Jamie Bauer to the plate. Bauer comes in hitting .283, and she swings and misses for strike 1. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Quick 2-strike hole for the Saints catcher. That sails up and away. Comes the 1-2. And that's up and away. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Jamie Bauer second on the team in runs batted in, averaging .283 on the season.
That's hit hard over the glove of Edwards and into right center field for an extra base hit. Bauer heads for second, and she will stop there with a 2-out double. And that's the second time the Saints have doubled with 2 outs in 3 innings.
And
check that 1 out, Andrew. 1 out.
Jamie Bauer, as I'm talking about her stats, hits a solid line drive through right center, rolls all the way to the wall, and with 1 out, she stands over at second.
Just 1 out for Dieuville here in the 3rd inning, as that pitch is in for a called strike.
Brings up the top of the order.
This is Gianna Adamo, who showed bunt on that first pitch and looked at strike 1. And the 0-1 is fouled away. Miramontes once again ahead 0-2. Bauer battled back. Adamo will look to do the same. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And once again, that's fought off foul. Adamo remains behind 0-2. Runner in scoring position here for the Saints, and that misses down and away. Base hit here could even up the score. Comes the 1-2. That just missed.
It was a good spot for Miramontes. Good job being careful here as Adamo, another dangerous hitter in this Dieuville lineup. averaging .357 on the year so far.
That was a good 1-2 pitch. Here comes the 2-2, and that's grounded to the left side. Balderas goes to third, and the runner is out.
Good heads-up play. That was a close play over at third.
Number 15,
You know we're going to get another look at it. It may have to wait, as we have to really cue this one up and slow it down. That could take some time, but we'll do our best.
Jamie Bauer took off from second, diving into third. Ball rolled right to Balderas over at short. And the throw just gets Bauer over at third for the second out.
We'll take a look at that one again. Hopefully following this next pitch, we'll see. And that skips to the backstop, which will allow Adamo to advance to second. Here's a quick look at that last play at third base. We'll wind it back one more time. That's the best look we've got. Miramontes just missed with ball 3. Beck now ahead in the count, 3-0. She shows bunt and looks at a strike. Here comes the 3-1. And that catches the outside corner for a called strike 2.
Once again, Miramontes doing a great job battling back in the count. Was behind 3-0, all of a sudden now a full count.
That's chopped back to the circle. Miramontes throws over to first, and the side is retired. Saints once again strand a runner in scoring position. They still trail by a run. Our score, CSI 1, D'Youville nothing.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Dolphins have the leadoff batter on here in the bottom of the third inning as Mariah Carcano offers it the first pitch and lines it into shallow left field for a base hit.
Well, here we go again. Another leadoff batter on for the Dolphins, and that brings up Anissa Acosta, who was able to come home in her last bat for the lone Dolphins run so far.
And TJ hits one out to right center field, medium deep, and the catch is made in the gap for the first out. Dolphins staying aggressive, Andrew.
First pitch swinging once again. That was both Carcano and Acosta.
Eileen Balderas will be the batter. Balderas drove in the first Dolphins run back in the first inning. And she takes ball 1. Comes the 1-0. Runner going. Throw to second. Not in time.
Great speed by Carcano.
Dolphins don't look to steal many bases.
I was just going to say, not often do we see the Dolphins try and steal, but Carcano does a nice job there.
When they do run, it's usually Carcano. As that's line into shallow left, and the diving catch is made in left field. What a play out there by Lauren Beck. Laura Beck.
Yeah, she came racing on, Joe, from deeper in left. She has to make the forward dive to make that grab, and that's a big out. With Carcano standing over at second.
2 away now in the home second inning. And Liz Moore takes a strike on the inside corner. That's dribbled over to third. Throw across the diamond in time to retire Moore for the final out of the inning. We'll get one more look at that dive and catch before we head to break. As the Saints stay within a run, our score 1-0 Staten Island, heading to the fourth.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
First pitch of the fourth inning misses up and away for ball one. Hannah Bardeen at the plate. Doubled off the left field wall her first time up. Just missed a home run as that skips past Mayer into the backstop for ball two.
Well, it's gotten a little warmer since the start of this game here, Joe. Beautiful day so far at the softball complex.
This game has been rescheduled twice. As that's hit well out to deep center field, Carcano ranges back and makes the catch 2 steps shy of the wall.
That was solid contact, hit deep into center field. Carcano ranges back, and she's got it, no problem. First out of the inning.
Here's another look at that play. Another nice grab in the outfield. We saw one by DeUville in left, by Beck in the last half inning, and right there, Carcano makes that catch on the run. Once again, Miramontes misses badly with the first pitch.
What a grab by Mayer out of the box there. She really had to reach. Snagged it.
Lauren Booth ahead in the count, 1-0, and she hits one on the ground to short. Balderas has it, and her throw is in time for the second out of the inning.
Now batting the center fielder, number 3, Emily.
Well, Joe, we're talking about aggressive batting for the Dolphins, and it's the same story for DeUville. Both teams being very aggressive at the plate, especially with the first 2 pitches.
We're 1 out away from 3.5 innings in the books in about 40 minutes. This game started at about 9:55, I'd say.
9:50.
9:50, 9:55 range. So 40 minutes, 3.5 innings. That's really moving. But as I mentioned, this game was rescheduled a couple of times. May have actually been 3 times. It was originally scheduled to be part of a baseball and softball doubleheader on Saturday with both teams playing at the same time. Admittedly, we were thankful that didn't happen. Then it was moved to Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, before they ultimately decided we'd move it to Monday to avoid having baseball and softball on the same day. Then they moved it up an hour, and we got the 10 a.m. start time. That's how we got here. The Dolphins lead by 1. When we come back, CSI bats in the bottom half of the fourth.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Getting started from the CSI softball complex. And the first pitch is swung on and missed by Alyssa Acosta for strike one. Acosta struck out her first time up back in the first. And the 0-1 pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike two. Comes the 0-2. That misses outside. One ball and two strikes the count on the CSI left fielder. And the pitch from Booth skips in. That might be the most I've ever flinched on one, Andrew. And it was very, very small.
It was. I saw.
Because the bounce took me by surprise. The line drive doesn't get me by surprise for some reason. The bounce will.
Well, I'll admit I flinched a bit too, but that's not surprising.
That's true. Lewis said after yesterday he doesn't blame me. That's a good point, Lewis.
Okay. Yep, that is a good point.
That one's dribbled over to third. Won't be an easy play. And Acosta is out.
By a step. That was a close play over at first. The Saints able to get it for the first out of the inning. Funston comes up. She was able to get a hit in her first at bat.
Good job at third by Michaela Bush, charging and making that play. That will bring Amelia Funston to the plate. And Funston takes down and in. Funston singled her first time up. 1 for 1 at the plate in this game. One of the 5 Dolphins hits as we play here in the bottom of the fourth. And that one skips to my left. Good thing we have a fence here.
Yeah, we see a lot of pass balls and wild pitches come right to our face.
That's a product of being seated right behind the plate. You want an up-close view of the action, you have to pay the price. It used to be paint chip showers. The green paint chips on the old fence would shave off and land in our laps, but you don't see much of that anymore, thankfully.
Sure that's not happening with this one?
Well, they're all peeling, but they don't easily come dislodged anymore for some reason.
Okay.
Not quite sure why. Funston ahead in the count, 3-1. And that misses outside for ball 4.
Well, Amelia Funston, a really effective batter so far in the Dolphins lineup here in this first game of the day as she gets a base hit in her first at-bat, and this at-bat able to earn the walk. That brings up Edwards with 1 on and 1 out in the inning.
Edwards is 0 for 1, and she looks at a strike. I mentioned it either in our last broadcast or perhaps 2 broadcasts back now, but the Dolphins typically fare well in close, low-scoring games as that's hit over to second, and they go to first with it to retire Edwards. That puts Funston in scoring position.
Now batting the catcher, number 19, Rianne Mayer.
Rianne Mayer will be the batter. She had a base hit her first time up. And that's in for ball 1. Comes the 1-0. That's inside. Mayer ahead ahead here 2-0. And she looks at ball 3. So first base open. I'm not sure Mayer gets pitched a hit here. Though you have a hot hitter on deck in Victoria Whalen. Mayer looks at a strike. Three and 1 the count on the Dolphins catcher. And that's popped up right in front of the plate. Saints can't find it, and it rolls foul.
Yeah, Bauer thought that was a lot closer to her than it actually was, as she looked straight up. And it was actually already halfway to the ground when she looked straight up.
Wasn't hit very high. 3 balls and 2 strikes the count on Mayer. And the payoff pitch is fouled straight back. Comes to 3-2. That's lined the other way, but foul. Funston, the runner over at second. Chance for Mayer here with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Whalen on deck. Should Mayer keep the inning going? And another 3-2 is softly lined straight into the glove of the shortstop, Gutierrez, and the inning is over. Dolphins strand 1 in scoring position. They maintain a 1-run lead headed to the 5th. Our score, Staten Island 1, Deauville nothing.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
First pitch in the 5th inning is grounded through the left side for a base hit. And the Saints very quickly have a leadoff base runner to open up inning number 5.
Well, Michaela Bush wastes no time going after the first pitch. Deauville continuing on with their aggressiveness at the plate. This time it pays off. And they get their 3rd hit of the game here to open up the 5th inning.
And it looks like we might have a pinch runner here. So we await that change. And Tatiana Boyd will come out of the Saints dugout. And she will run for Bush over at first. Third hit of the game for Deauville. First time they've had the leadoff batter on. And Olivia Gutierrez will be the batter. Boyd dancing off of first base, draws a look from Mayer, but no throw.
Yeah, Mayer staying cautious there on that.
Saints dugout loves it. Comes the 1-0. And that's lofted out toward shallow right, but that ball does not get off the infield, and Edwards makes the catch.
And Boyd had to race back to first. She didn't want to be caught too far off of first, as that was popped right up to second.
Fortunately for the Saints, she wasn't running. Because if she was, she's probably picked off of first base. Should say doubled off, as that's lined into shallow right. That's down for a hit. Whalen has to get to it quickly. Dolphins dugout petitioning for interference. We'll see if we can get a look at what they might have seen. We're trying to listen in on the conversation. Here's a look at the replay.
The Dolphins want to see if Boyd and Nisa Acosta had any contact.
Well, typically, interference would not go the way of the Dolphins in a situation like that if their defensive player contacted a runner. Unless they're saying the runner deliberately interfered with one of the Dolphins' infielders. Though, very tough to get that call if the infielder's not involved in the play. I think that's what they were asking, as that's it out to straightaway center. Catch is made by Carcano, and the runners will hold.
Yeah, Boyd thought about going to third. Carcano gets that back in quickly.
She didn't think very long, I'll tell you that.
Definitely not, just for a second.
And that was the right decision.
Carcano was a lot closer than she thought, I think.
I think she was trying to draw a throw. There was no thought of going to third base there. And if there was, it was very short-lived. 2 away, 2 on base. And the first pitch to Gianna Adamo misses for ball 1. Adamo 0 for 2 at the plate in this game. Chance here to tie the game with a base hit. Comes the 1-0. And that's it out to shallow left center. And Carcano can't make the diving catch. Glove flip to third. And just over in time is Dewey. What an effort by Carcano in center.
What a dive by Carcano. She charges over from center. And that was in and out of her glove. That was in her glove for just a split second. And then the throw into third nearly gets Dewey.
We'll get another look at that attempt by Carcano after this next pitch. The Dolphins almost had an out at third as well. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1 by Laura Beck. Here's a quick look at that last play. Carcano had to go a long way to get there for a chance, and it just hit off the webbing of her glove. Clearly, I have the count wrong. The scoreboard reads 1-1. I had 2-0. That's my error, as that's grounded foul, just wide of the third base bag. That ball is wedged between the tarp and the fence.
I see it.
The umpire waving for play to continue. Count 1-2. And that's dribbled to short. Balderas throws to first in time, and the inning is over. But not before the Saints get even. They get on the board for the first time. Our score now tied at 1, heading to the home half of inning number 5.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Victoria Whalen will lead things off for the Dolphins in the home half of the 5th. Saints got even in the previous half inning. Mariah Carcano came what looked like inches away from bringing that last half inning to a close with an incredible dive and catch. Came up just short. Dolphins nearly got the third out over at third base on that play, but they survive as Whalen leads off the bottom of the fifth with a base hit. That one barely found its way through, and the Dolphins have a leadoff base runner of their own.
Oh, Whalen willed that through first and second base. She just chips it. And it takes a funny bounce on the infield. And a leadoff runner once again for the Dolphins in Whalen.
Pinch runner coming on for the Dolphins. Looks like Sophia Daidana will enter the game to run. Mariah Carcano will be the batter. Daidana in to run.
Sophia Daidana.
Carcano will hit. And the Dolphins, in a tie game, look to get something going here in the fifth. Carcano 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. Looks to bunt and takes ball one. I could definitely see Carcano pulling the bunt back and swinging in a spot like this. And she does get a bunt down. It's a good one, and Carcano is safe.
What a bunt. Perfectly placed by Carcano. Uses the speed to get over to first. Dolphins are in business. Runners at first and second. Nobody out for Balderas. Or Acosta, rather.
No need to pull the bunt back and swing when you bunt it like that. That ball came to a complete rest about 5 feet in front of home plate, and there was no chance for the Saints on that one. Carcano has too much speed, and the Dolphins now have 2 batters on for Anissa Acosta. That's it out to left center, falling fast, and the diving catch is made in center. A nice sliding grab out there in center field by Prisbish, and Acosta is denied the hit. And if that catch isn't made, there's a chance 2 runs score. What a play in center by Prisbish.
We saw one from Beck before in left. Now Prisbish gets one in center.
That's popped up right behind the plate. And Balderas is out on 1 pitch.
Now batting the third baseman.
That's just unfortunate. Dolphins had runners first and second, nobody out. Prisbish makes an amazing forward diving catch at center, and then an unfortunate pop-up there at the plate by Balderas.
More appropriately, I should have called that a sliding catch, as she went feet first on that attempt. Still a great play nonetheless. Made the basket catch off to the side as she was sliding forward. And the Saints will get out of the inning unscathed as Moore hits one softly to third. And they step on the bag over there for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand 2 on base. They had a couple of hits in the inning. And the score is tied at 1, heading to the 6th.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Sixth inning coming up from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins and the Saints tied at 1. New pitcher for CSI is Alexandra Frenza. We highlighted her ahead of today's first pitch, and she did a good job for the Dolphins against American International last week. Had a great week overall. And she comes on in relief of Miramontes, who pitched very well once again. Count even here at 1 ball and 1 strike. At the plate is Hannah Bardeen, and she's had as good a day at the plate as anyone for the Saints. Has crushed the ball twice. Had a double to show for it in her first at bat, allowed out her second time up, and now she's ahead 3-1. The issue for Frenza this season, when she's had problems in the circle, has been the walks. 29 walks in 33 2/3. As that's hit well into the right center field gap, that will find its way to the base of the fence for an extra base hit. Whalen tracks it down, and her throw is cut off by Edwards, as Bardeen is into second base standing with her second double of the game.
Well, Bardeen stays hot, as you said, her second double of the game. She keeps cracking that ball, this time into the right center gap all the way to the wall. That's a big leadoff double for the Saints against Frenza.
Bardeen has hit 3 rockets off of Dolphins pitching. 1 to left, 1 to center, 1 to right center. In just 3 at-bats, she's already shown power to all fields and has been right on everything. And we're going to have a pinch runner over at second as Jenna Reynolds will come in to run for Bardeen. Chance here for Lauren Booth to help her own cause. The go-ahead run stands in scoring position over at second base. Still nobody out. And with first base open, I would pitch very carefully here if I were Frenza. First pitch misses outside for ball 1. Emily Prisbish on deck behind Booth. And that's fouled straight back. Saints with 6 hits, the Dolphins with 7. But right now it's Dieuville in the driver's seat with the go-ahead run on base. And there's a good off-speed pitch by Frenza. Booth was off balance, but that will advance the runner to third. Now, Andrew, if you're the Dolphins, do you bring the infield in here?
With the runner at third, yes, I would.
I think you definitely do in the 6th inning, and they will, unsurprisingly. Not sure how much of a bunt candidate Prisbish is. Frenza gets ahead 0-1. And that's just off the outside corner. One ball and 1 strike to count on the Saints center fielder. And that's popped up right in front of the plate. And Mayer makes the catch. That's big second out.
Big second out, Joe. Runner at third with only 1 out. Popped right up to the plate. And that locks up Reynolds over at third. Dolphins 1 out away from getting out of this here.
Prisbish may have saved a run in the previous half inning. Can't drive in the run there. And now it's left to Michaela Bush. Bush 1 for 2, and she looks at that pitch up and away.
Mayer once again reaching up with the snag of the glove.
Every block and every one of those grabs is crucial right now in a tie game, as that's fouled back. One ball and 1 strike to count on the Saints' third baseman. Here comes the 1-1. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike 2. Frenza now 1 strike away from escaping danger in the 6th. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's fouled straight back. Friends have recorded many big outs against the Yellow Jackets. Last time she pitched here at the CSI Softball Complex, looking for one more here, and she's got it. As that swung on and missed for strike 3, and Frenza will escape trouble in the top half of the 6th. The Dolphins will get a chance to bat in a tie game when we come back here on CSI Sportsnet.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Number 12, Alyssa Acosta.
Alyssa Acosta will lead things off for the Dolphins in the home 6th inning. 1 run on 6 hits for the Saints. 1 run on 7 hits for the Dolphins. We've seen a lot of good defense in this game as well by both teams. As Acosta offers at the first pitch, taps it to first, and is quickly retired for the first out of the inning.
Dolphins go right back to the aggressive stance at the plate. As Acosta goes right after that, she hits it right up the right field line for the first out.
Doesn't get any easier than that for Bardeen over at first, and Amelia Funston will be the batter. And Funston takes a called strike. She's reached base in both of her at-bats. Singled the first time up, walked in her second plate appearance. She's behind 0-1 here, and she takes high. Comes the 1-1. That misses low. Funston now ahead in the count, 2-1. Pitch from Booth on its way, and that's off the outside corner. And Booth thought she was going to get that call.
Good take by Funston. She's rewarded with a 3-1 count now.
When you're seated this close, you can see every reaction of every player. Can't miss it, as that's lined straight into the glove of the first baseman, Bardeen, and there are 2 gone.
Number 8, Madison Edwards.
That will bring up Madison Edwards. Edwards is 0 for 2. And she takes a strike. And the 0-1 is taken for strike 2. Booth looking to make quick work of the Dolphins here in the 6th. It's 1 strike away from a 1-2-3 inning. And Edwards looks at that pitch for a ball. Booth working quickly here. Here comes the 1-2. That's lined hard off the glove of Bardeen and into right field for a hit. That was a rope off the bat of Edwards, and the Dolphins have a 2-out base runner.
Bardeen nearly had all 3 outs of the inning, as she had the first one that rolled right up to her, the second one that lined right into her glove. That one once again lined into her glove, just this time in and out, popped up into right field, and Dolphins will take it. They'll keep the inning going for Rianne Mayer.
That ball was hit very hard by Edwards, who now has her first hit of the game. That ball not hit hard on the ground to third. And Mayer is thrown out to retire the side. Dolphins get a 2-out base hit and nothing more. We remain tied at 1, headed to the 7th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends, live sports and watch parties, to Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Leading off for the Saints, the shortstop, number 20, Olivia Godaris.
Olivia Godaris will lead things off. Top half of the 7th inning getting underway from the College of Staten Island. The two teams tied at 1. Alexandra Frenza back to the circle, and her first pitch in the 7th is in for a strike.
This is one of those next run wins type of game.
And the 0-1 sails up and away. Sure, most of our viewers are well aware, but if the Dolphins are able to put up a 0 here in the top half of this inning, they could walk it off in the bottom half as that pitch is fouled back. And Frenza gets ahead 1-2. Comes the 1-2. That's sliced foul. Count 1-2 on the Saints shortstop, and that skips in for a ball. Count now 2-2. That's ball 3. That one way down in the dirt. As Godaris works back from behind 1-2 to run the count full. Here comes the payoff pitch. That's chopped toward short. Backhand by Balderas. Throw across the diamond in time. And that's a nice play by the Dolphin shortstop.
Nicely done by Balderas. Reaches over with the backhand. Able to whip that right over to first. And the Dolphins get the big first out of the 7th.
Here's a second look at that play by Balderas. Deep in the hole at short. Strong throw to first over with time. And the Dolphins have a big first out here in the 7th. Brianna Dewey will be the batter. Base is empty, 1 away, and I mentioned the lack of paint chips. We got one.
There's one right on your sleeve.
Commentator's jinx strikes again. I once caught one of these in the face. It was lodged into my cheek.
I suspect that would be a lot more irritating than one would think.
It was irritating. That's why I call the game in sunglasses even when there's no sun. Though ironically, I don't have them on today. They're around my neck. Great place for them. As that pitch is taken for ball 2.
Yeah, I suspect those are pretty sharp.
They can be. As the Dolphins will have a conversation in the circle, we'll try and break out the sunglasses. That works. Two balls and 1 strike to count on the Dieuville right fielder. And that's swung on and missed for strike 2. Frenza 1 strike away from the second out. And that's off the outside corner. Another full count. Here comes the 3-2. That's chopped towards second, handled by Edwards, and she throws out Dewey for the second out here in the 7th.
Now batting the catcher, number 14.
Dolphins handling this well here as they get 2 up, 2 down. That's big in a tie game here. Just 1 run apiece in the top of the 7th.
Well, I'll say this. If the Dolphins do manage to get out of this half inning without allowing a run, they would really like to score in the bottom half of the inning because the big bats are coming up should there be an 8th inning. So CSI would love to end this in 7 if they can. Otherwise, they have to face Bardeen again. And Hannah Bardeen has hit the ball very hard 3 times. And the 1-0 is in for a called strike to Jamie Bauer. She's 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. We'll look to keep the inning going with 2 outs. And that misses for ball 2. Two and 1 the count on the Saints catcher. Pitch from Frenza on its way, and that's on the inside corner.
Great work here by Frenza to stay with it.
Here comes the 2-2. That's hit in the air, foul, and out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. As time has been called, and they'll retrieve that softball from down the right field line. Comes the 2-2. That pitch fooled Bauer. That one came in very slowly.
Man, she just got a piece of it to stay alive at 2-2.
It's very apparent from here how much Frenza took off of that last pitch. Another 2-2 coming, and that's high. And we have yet another full count.
Well, Frenza's gotten out of all of them so far, so see how she fares here.
Commentators jinx as she issues
You're right.
the walk.
You are right.
Now batting the second baseman, number 4, Gianna Adamo.
That will give Gianna Adamo a chance. With 2 outs and a runner on first. That walk, the first of the game for Frenza. And that pitch misses high for ball 1. Adamo is 1 for 3. Drove in a run to even up the score back in the 5th. Comes the 1-0, and that misses for ball 2.
Costa coming over from first. Try and settle down Frenza a little bit here.
And Frenza finds the zone with a strike. Well, things get a lot more dangerous here if the Saints have 2 runners on. This is the out Frenza needs to get. And that won't help as that misses high for ball 3.
That looked good for a second, just sailed a bit high for ball 3.
Laura Beck would be next. She will get a chance with 2 on.
Another walk issued here by Frenza, and now a chance for the Saints with 2 on and 2 out.
Well, that last out was the out that Frenza would have liked to get. This is now the out you have to get, because if Bardeen comes up with the bases loaded and you have nowhere to put her, that is big trouble.
Indeed.
And Beck is a strong hitter at the plate as well. Comes in hitting .263. However, she's hitless today. So if you have a choice, this is the hitter you want to go after. Frenza gets ahead 0-1. That's hit softly to short. Balderas has it. Throw to first in time. And the Dolphins once again escape trouble in the 7th inning. CSI will have a chance to win it when we come back. Our score, even at 1, heading to the home 7th.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back for the bottom half of the 7th inning. 1 run will win it for the Dolphins in a tie game. If not, we head to extra innings. And in extra innings, we will play regularly in the 8th. No added runner on second base. After that, they will send a runner over to second each inning after.
Interesting.
Victoria Whalen will lead things off for the Dolphins. Whalen 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. Lauren Booth back to the circle. She's gone the distance so far in this game as that's topped foul. Alexis Miramontes got the start for the Dolphins. Came out after 5, pitched well. Allowed just 1 run very easily. Could have allowed none. Comes the 0-1 to Whalen. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. After Whalen, it's back to the top of the order. I mentioned the Dolphins would hope to avoid the most dangerous bats in the Saints lineup. The Saints will now have to face some of the most dangerous bats in the Dolphins lineup. Behind Whalen, Carcano, and Acosta, followed by Balderas, who has a big run-scoring hit today as Whalen strikes out for out number 1.
That's a big out number 1 for Booth in the circle. She gets Whalen swinging on the first out, and that brings up the top of the order. Carcano has been dangerous, so is the rest of the top of the order for the Dolphins.
And Carcano grounds one softly to first. And Bardeen steps on the bag for the second out.
Now batting the first baseman, number 34, Anissa Acosta.
Anissa Acosta will be the batter. TJ 1 for 3 in this game. Chance to win it here with one big swing. But the base is empty. I would think she might take one crack at it as that's hit well out to left center. And it's off the glove in center field. On the move was Prisbish. It hit right off her glove. And the Dolphins have the winning run in scoring position.
Well, here I am thinking that the inning was over and we were headed to extras. Not the case, as this goes right off the top of the glove of Prisbish. And Anissa Acosta is in standing at second for Balderas.
And it looks like Sabrina Caffel is going to come in to pinch run for Acosta, where now a base hit could win it. The run at the plate does not matter here. So the Saints have a base open. If they were to fall behind in the count, they could consider setting up a force at any base. We'll see what they do. Balderas already has a hit in this game. Moore does not have a hit.
She is the only run batted in for the Dolphins as well. And now a chance to win it for the second.
She tripled home a run back in the first. And Balderas lines one into the glove of the diving Bush at third. And that very well may have saved this game for the Saints as we will head to extra innings. We are tied at 1.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Extra innings from the CSI softball complex for the Saints. In the top half of the 8th inning, it will be 3, 4, and 5 due up. Big bats.
Big test for Frenza here.
And Frenza finds the zone for a first pitch strike to Hannah Bardeen, who is 2 for 3, but has crushed the ball in all 3 of her at-bats. Comes the 0-1. That's pulled foul. And that gets Frenza ahead in the count, 0-2. Both teams had played exceptional defense in this game. The lone blemish came in that last half inning, and that set up the Dolphins with a chance to win it. And after an error in center field, Michaela Bush made up for it with a diving stop over at third base.
That ball was hit hard, 2 to third.
Balderas made a bid for a game-winning hit. Comes the 1-2. That's sent foul. Friends are still ahead in the count on Bardeen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And she hits her with the pitch. Well, that is not what Frenza wanted to do there.
No, and she was looking good, too. 1-2 in the count. Was ahead early, and the off-speed pitch goes haywire and hits Bardeen. Now a leadoff runner for D'Youville.
That being said, I don't think I've ever seen less of an effort to get out of the way of pitch. Just saying. As Ava Miller looks at ball 1. Miller comes in as a pinch hitter for Lauren Booth, starting pitcher for D'Youville in this game. And Miller swings and misses for strike 1. We see that a lot. Batters just don't attempt to get out of the way.
Just really looking for that walk any way they can to get on base.
That's the right thing to do in this spot. I'm just surprised we don't see it called a bit more often, because you certainly could. That pitch sails high, and the count's even at 2-2. Saints have had good at-bats against Frenza, but Frenza ultimately has gotten the better of them. 2 scoreless innings, and that just missed, and that's another full count. Well, needless to say, Andrew, this is a huge pitch right here.
If Miller gets on, this could be trouble.
Comes the 3-2, and that swung on and missed for strike 3. Good off-speed pitch from Frenza, as Miller was just a bit out in front of it.
Beautifully done by Frenza. Got the full count again. Another big battle at the plate this time with Ava Miller. And she gets her with the off-speed pitch for the first out of the inning with the strikeout swinging.
And Emily Prisbish will look at strike 1. Comes the 0-1. And that swung on and missed for strike 2. Friends has had the last couple of hitters off balance on these last 3 swings. Quickly ahead. 0-2, and that's lined through the left side for a base hit. Balderas was in just a couple of steps, and that was enough for that ball to get past her.
Now batting the
Yeah, she wasn't.
Number 8, Michaela.
She was just a few steps away from that, out of position just a little bit. That ball gets through left center for a base hit. Now 2 on and 1 out.
2 on, 1 out For DUville, Michaela Bush at the plate, and Bush hits one well to left field, but she just got under it as Acosta makes the catch. Bardeen headed for third, and she is safe.
That was close too, Joe. Great throw from Melissa Acosta out and left. Almost had Bardeen at third. Bardeen
Tracy Garofalo telling her infield to appeal. Though I think she was appealing to the home plate umpire, and the call is overturned, as I believe it was ruled the runner overslid the bag. Left early. Runner left early. All right. So they have it over at the stats desk. We'll take a look at it on replay.
Big break for the Dolphins.
Nobody's going to have a better look than we will, though. It's very hard to see out in left field if the catch had been made. We'll slow it down and do our best. We'll stay right here. No commercial break this half inning. Let's get another look. This is slowed down to about half speed. We're going to stop it when it looks like the ball is caught. Really hard to tell with the backstop in the way, but we'll wind it back one more time. It looks like she's left the base right there. And I think at that point the catch had been made. Very close.
Very close call.
I'm shocked they overturned that, Andrew.
Leading off for the Dolphins,
I thought it might have been a little bit too close to call.
Liz Moore.
Or to overturn, I should say.
I am very surprised that was overturned. Not to say that was the wrong decision, but even on replay, really, really tough to tell. As we begin the bottom of the eighth, and Liz Moore lines that one foul. Nice job by Tracy Garofalo to get that one checked on, and Dolphins get the call.
Lauren Booth still in the circle for DUville as we get underway here in the bottom of the eighth.
Now, question as that pitch skips in for ball one. If Moore doesn't move, that probably hits her in the knee. Did she get first base?
If she didn't move, and it just happened again.
That's two in a row that weren't close. But that first one, if she doesn't lift the leg up, I think it hits her. It nearly hit her on the bounce anyway, as she nearly took out the on-deck batter. That's Natalia Noth, who waits in the on-deck circle. So a pinch hitter upcoming for the Dolphins behind Moore. See if that changes, depending on whether or not Moore gets on. And the home plate umpire will force the Dolphins off of the fence in their dugout.
And I've never seen that before.
Neither have I.
That's a bit unnecessary, don't you think?
Depends on what the reasoning is. I'd have to hear the rationale behind that one. Count on Moore even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. As I mentioned before, if we move on to a 9th inning, a runner will be placed on second base to start the inning. For the second time, Moore nearly takes out Noth in the on-deck circle.
And Noth is telling Moore that way, just like the rest of the dugout.
I wish I had some say over where foul balls went yesterday, as Moore had to have been hit by that pitch because that was ball 3.
Yeah, I think she was hit right in the ankle.
Well, I said it before. If she didn't move, she probably gets hit by the first pitch.
You're right.
And that one hit her on a bounce.
Natalia Noth.
And it looks like the Dolphins are going to send a pinch runner into the game. Or perhaps that's just a change being passed along for the pinch hitter. We'll see. Dolphins coaching staff having a conversation along the third base line here. Saints are going to make a pitching change here as well.
A lot happening here. Bottom of the
Good
eighth.
luck, Lewis. Cassie Crayrar into the game. Now, we don't have a pronunciation guide for D'Youville, so we do apologize if we've mispronounced some names.
Now coming in to pitch for the Saints.
The D'Youville website also cannot be accessed here on campus. So that's something else to keep in mind. I don't know what the reason behind that is, but for some reason their website is blocked on the campus server. I had to access everything at home and then save all the documents I needed as PDFs ahead of today's game. So we did that last night. And it looks like I'm getting some questions from the stats desk, so we're going to step aside and take a 30-second break as Crayrar warms up. We'll be right back.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. No pinch runner in the game for the Dolphins, but a pinch hitter has come to the plate. Natalia Knott bats with a runner on first and nobody out in the 8th inning. And Knott takes high for ball 2.
Natalia Knopf batting .250 on the season with 7 runs batted in. We've seen her in some clutch situations this season, Joe.
She was in the driver's seat ahead of that last pitch. I had 2-0, and she looks at a strike. She stays in control of this at bat, even in a 2-1 count. And that pitch is ripped into the glove of the shortstop, and Moore is doubled off first. Good play by Gadaris at short, and very quickly there are 2 away.
Very unfortunate as Moore gets caught off of first base. Excuse me, just a little too far, and Saints make quick work of it for the double play, and Dolphins now with 2 outs, with Funston now at the plate.
Two out, base is empty. And that pitch sails over Funston's head.
Yeah, that slipped a little bit out of the hand of Crayrar.
We are 1 out away from the runner on second rule taking effect in the 9th inning. Dolphins hope we don't reach that point. Still a chance here for CSI to win it. And Funston takes ball 2. Funston hasn't gotten much to hit since her first at bat. She's 1 for 2 at the plate. And the 2-0 catches the outside corner. Comes the 2-1. That misses low for ball 3.
Nice off-speed pitch there. Doesn't fool Funston. Jake's ball 3, now with a 3-1 count. Madison Edwards standing on deck.
And that one is line foul. And the count runs full. Should Funston keep the inning going, Madison Edwards stands in the on-deck circle. Behind Edwards is Rianne Mayer. Comes the payoff pitch. That's it on the ground to short, and that gets straight through Gadaris and into left field.
Gadaris tried to trap that with her glove on the ground, and it just slips through the glove. Fortunate play there for Funston. And that brings up Edwards to keep the inning going for the Dolphins.
Good defense by both of these teams all game long, and now in each of the last 2 innings, the Saints have made a 2-out error. See if the Dolphins can capitalize as Madison Edwards swings and misses for strike 1. Edwards is 1 for 3 in this game. And that one's off the glove of Bauer, but Funston has to hold. One ball and one strike, the count on Edwards. That misses low. Comes the 2-1. That's hit in the air. Down the right field line, foul territory, and that ball falls. Two balls, two strikes, and two outs here in the home eighth inning. Extra innings from the CSI softball complex today as the Dolphins battle the Saints in East Coast Conference play. Here comes the 2-2, and that's it back to the circle. Crerar has it, and she throws to first for the final out of the inning. When we come back, runner on second for the Saints to start the ninth. That rule will apply for each inning moving forward in this game. We are still tied at 1.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Well, Andrew, that's news to me. They've changed the rule. There is no runner on second base to start this half inning, as that was initially bobbled by Edwards, and she recovers to throw out Gutierrez for the first out. We thought that we would have a runner on second to start the ninth.
Yeah.
Unless it's the 10th, that is no longer a rule, which I like, personally. But that's just my opinion on it. No one cares what I have to say. I am not a fan, especially in Major League Baseball, of the runner on second in extra innings.
I'd have to agree there. Is it just kind of another way to speed up the game a little bit?
No need for that, in my opinion, but we've gone over that many times. Brianna Dewey at the plate. She's behind 0-1. That's hit in the air. Back behind the plate. And Mayer lost it.
Yeah, that bended behind her a little bit.
She overran it by just a step. Dewey is 1 for 3 at the plate in this game. Once again, the Dolphins are in the same situation they found themselves in the 7th, with the bottom of the order due up and a chance, if they can put up a 0, to win it without facing Deauville's most dangerous hitters again. That's hit slowly to third. And the throw to first is in time. Nice play by Moore. Good stretch by Acosta at first. And there are 2 gone.
Nice charge up by Moore to grab that. All in one motion, whips it over to first to get the second out of the inning.
I didn't think she had a chance off the bat. That was a good play by Moore. Against a left-handed slap hitter. That was effectively a swinging bunt.
Very slow roll, too.
Comes the 1-0. That misses badly. At the plate is Jamie Bauer. She's 1 for 2 in the game. Looks to keep the inning going. And she takes a strike. Here comes Frenza's 2-1. That nearly hit Bauer.
Yeah, it skips in the dirt right by her feet. Now Bauer, a 3-1 count.
Three and 1 the count on the Saints catcher. Base is empty, 2 out. And that's at the knees for a strike. Three balls and 2 strikes the count, and the payoff pitch is lofted foul. Just by a couple of feet down the right field line. Another payoff pitch upcoming from Frenza, who is now working her 4th inning in relief. Comes the 3-2. That's low for ball 4.
And Bauer keeps the inning going with a nice battle at the plate with Frenza. And brings the top of the order to Adamo back up.
Adamo is 1 for 3. And that pitch was blocked by Mayer. So that missed in the dirt for ball 1. Adamo is 1 for 3 in the game. Here comes the 1-0. That's it at the letters for a strike. Here's the 1-1. And again, a nice block by Mayer. The 2-1 from Frenza is on the outside corner for a called strike 2. And once again, Frenza is 1 strike away from giving the Dolphins a chance to win it. And that catches the outside corner for a called strike 3. Frenza picks up the punch out to bring the top half of the 9th to a close. The Dolphins come to bat with yet another chance to win it with 1 run in the bottom of the 9th.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back for the home half of the 9th inning.
Number 19, Brienne Mayer.
Dolphins once again have a chance to win it with 1 run. Brienne Mayer will lead things off. And she takes a called strike. The 0-1's fouled back into the backstop, just to our right. And Mayer's quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Wind's starting to pick up again here, Joe.
Still blowing right to left. Looks like they took a break for that.
Waited for the wind to die down.
We're not the only ones who were engulfed in dust as Mayer takes a ball. Would it be overkill if I showed up with goggles to a game?
Maybe a little.
Just a bit?
I think sunglasses does the trick.
Not really.
No?
'Cause that's chopped foul. Not when it comes to the dirt blowing around.
Lou's shaking his head as well.
Overkill? Now I'm more inclined to do it. I'll go full nightmare sequence Batman. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins catcher. And Mayer stays alive. Good job to protect by Mayer. Behind her, Victoria Whalen stands on deck. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3.
Yeah, and she was fooled by Crayrar on that one, as that one way out of the zone. And she swings at it for the first out of the 9th.
Number 26, Tori Whalen.
Mayer chased on that pitch. She goes down swinging for the first out. Victoria Whalen will be the batter. Whalen is 1 for 3. Singled her last time up, and she looks at ball 1. And the 1-0 sails up high for ball 2. And now Whalen's ahead 3-0. Those last 2 weren't close. Comes to 3-0. And that catches the outside corner.
Well, Whalen thought she had it on that pitch for a second. And if Whalen can get on, that'd be big for the Dolphins with the top of the order coming up with Carcano once again.
Comes to 3-1. And Whalen swings and misses for strike 2. Three balls and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' right fielder. And the payoff pitch is hit hard to first. And that was off Bardeen, who was a bit shaken up there initially. Tough hop at the last second. We'll see how they score it. That could probably go either way. They give it a hit.
That looked like it went off her glove.
It may have hit her glove initially, but then it hit off her knee. And she was shaken up when it hit the knee. Let's get another look at it as they check on Bardeen. That could really go either way. I'm fine with either call. As the home team, I think that goes down as a hit. That was hit hard, and it took a tough hop. It took a tough hop at the end. And the Dolphins will send a pinch runner into the game over at first, as Jessica Carrion comes into the game.
Now pitch run for the Dolphins, number 25, Jessica Carrion.
That will end Victoria Whalen's day, as Whalen exits for the second time, if I'm not mistaken. And that is indeed the second time that Whalen has been pinch run for, so she's finished. I would guess that Carrion stays in the game to play the outfield. And that is slapped just foul.
Had a chance.
Tracy's an expert at trying to sell those fair foul calls down the line, I'll tell you.
She is.
Every time tries to sell it. The home plate umpire wasn't buying, and rightfully so. 0-1 the count on Carcano. That pitch sails up high. Here comes the 1-1. That's topped right in front of the plate. Fair ball. Throw to first. Just in time. Close play at first.
Yeah, Carcano put the Jets on there, charging for first, and she was just out by a step. But she is able to move Carrion up to second. 2 away in the inning for Acosta.
A winning run in scoring position. First base is open, but if you're the Dolphins and you had a choice of 2 batters you'd want at the plate to get you a game-winning hit, you probably have one of them at the plate now. One of them just made the last out, and the third is in the on-deck circle. So the Dolphins are in a pretty good spot here.
As mentioned before, Balderas, who's in the on-deck circle, the only run batted in for the Dolphins in this game, and it was Acosta who was the one who came home. So as you said, really good spot for the Dolphins here.
There's a big swing and a miss by Acosta for strike 2. Good off-speed pitch there by Crerar. Comes the 0-2. That misses badly down in the dirt. Good waste pitch on 0-2. One and 2 on its way. That's fouled back. A base hit just about anywhere to the outfield would likely end the game. It would take a very hard hit ball for Carrion not to score. And TJ takes down and away for ball 2.
Acosta able to work the count back. Fell behind quickly 0-2, now to 2-2.
Crerar doesn't have to give her a strike here. First base is open. And that's hit hard through the left side for a base hit. Carrion is being waved home. Throw to the plate. Not in time. And the Dolphins win it in walk-off fashion. An RBI game-winning hit for Anissa Acosta. And the Dolphins have beaten the Saints 2-1 in extras.
Oh, how fitting as that was ripped through short right over the glove. Carrion really puts the Jets on. She speeds her way home. And just in time at the plate with the slot, and the Dolphins win it in walk-off fashion. How fitting for a game like this, Joe. And what a win for the Dolphins for their second win in a row.
That play at the plate was so close. And we will slow it down once again as Carrion just beat the throw, and the pinch runner pays off for the Dolphins in that spot as they walk it off against Deauville and take the win 2-1. We will wind that back one more time. We'll speed it up toward the play at the plate, and then we will slow it down a bit as well and try and get you a better look at it. But the Dolphins come through in a big spot in extra innings with a big RBI hit, and I said it, Andrew, they had 3 hitters that you would want up in a spot like that. Carcano advanced the runner to second, Acosta was at the plate, and Balderas was on deck. It is Acosta who comes through with the game-winning hit.
Yeah, Acosta was the one with the lone run back in the first inning for the Dolphins when Balderas drove her home on a triple. Deauville was able to tie the game up at 1 back in the 5th. Haven't seen any scoring since, and that spot in the order came back up for the Dolphins, and they cash in with Anissa Acosta driving in, Carrion for the game winner in extra innings. Dolphins win it 2-1. What a game all around, pitching as well.
And this is how close it was at the plate, as you see on your screen. Close-up, well, I shouldn't say a close-up, but a frozen shot of that play at the plate. You can see how close it was on that play at home. The Dolphins come away with the win in extra innings, 2-1 for CSI. Their final line, 2 runs on 10 hits, no errors for the Saints, 1 run on 7 hits, and 2 errors. Andrew, we spoke about it last time. You hadn't called many close games. The Dolphins win 9-8 as soon as we mentioned that. In your next game, they win 2-1 in extra innings. They have now won 3 straight. They will look to make it 4 in Game 2 against the Saints coming up next. Once again, this has been Joe Foreman Alongside Andrew Rotundo, we thank you for watching to this presentation of CSI Dolphins softball here on CSI Sports, and of course a proud part of the ECC Network. I'll be joined by Nick Bavona on the call for Game 2 when we come back. We expect that game to begin in approximately 30 to 40 minutes. So stay right here on this stream, same place. We'll have Game 2 between the Dolphins and the Saints coming up next.
And we are back from the CSI softball complex here at the College of Staten Island. Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the D'Youville Saints and the CSI Dolphins. Game 1 went to CSI in walk-off fashion as Anissa Acosta with a walk-off single into left field to drive home the winning run in a 2-1 win for the CSI Dolphins. Once again, this is Nicholas Pavone. I am currently solo right now. Joe Foreman will be joining me shortly here for game number 2 of this doubleheader. But the Dolphins have some momentum coming into this game. They're now winners of 3 in a row after that win in game number 1. They'll look to sweep today's doubleheader and get a big-time win here at the College of Staten Island. Lineup cards are currently being exchanged at home plate. Lineups and announcements will be announced just shortly, as now we are into the afternoon here. A very long game number 1, 9 innings fully in game 1. 2-1, Dolphins got the win. Now they look to take game 2 of this doubleheader. Looks like Alexis Miramontes will be on the mound again for this game. She did very well in game number 1 of this series. She'll look to keep it going here in game number 2. Alex Frenza came in relief for the Dolphins after Miramontes pitched, and Frenza got the win, and she did a great job out of the bullpen to keep the Dolphins in play, keep the game tied for most part, and the Dolphins will get that walk-off win in the bottom of the 9th inning on Acosta's team leading now 20th RBI of the season. Acosta has been red hot at the plate, and she doing it at a perfect time for the Dolphins. As we said, 3 in a row now for CSI after that win in game number 1. They'll look to make it 4 in a row and sweep this doubleheader today, as I'm going to be rejoined now by Joe Foreman.
Thank you, Nick. As we had to make some corrections to the D'Youville roster and stat crew following game 1, we couldn't upload the stats to the NCAA because they had 2 players in the roster with 2 different numbers.
Okay.
And Presto allows that, which is where we downloaded the roster from. Apparently, Sidearm and the NCAA do not allow that. So we had to delete those duplicate players from the roster, get those stats uploaded. But I'm back here at the commentary desk. And, Nick, how about that ending to Game 1? I know you just mentioned it to those watching at home, but that was some game and perhaps game of the year. And that's following a game where the Dolphins came from 8 runs down to win.
There's been a lot of excitement here at the softball complex. In the last couple of days, you had that thrilling 8-0 rally from the 9th spot in that 5th inning a couple of days ago. You had the walk-off here from Anissa Acosta in the 9th inning of this one. Now let's see what happens here in game number 2 as the Dolphins try to sweep the doubleheader and get their 4th in a row.
Well, as you mentioned already, Alexis Miramontes back to the circle, and Andrew and I spoke about it during game 1 a bit. She came out after 5 innings and was pitching well, and now we see why. As the Dolphins going with their number 1 starter again here in game 2. But how about the job that Alexandra Frenza did in the circle as well in game 1? Came on in relief and for the 4th straight outing pitched really well.
She has been great these last couple of outings for CSI. And I talked about it earlier while you were away at the stats desk. She was really good out of the bullpen.
As that ball is hit down to third, and Moore makes the throw across the diamond to retire Gianna Adamo for the game's first out.
Frenza did a great job out of the pen, and as we've already mentioned, she now gets the win in that game. That's her 3rd win now of the season, and she did really good. She kept the game tied for the entire time she was in the game, and then Acosta was able to deliver that game-winning run in the bottom of the 9th inning to give CSI the win.
That pitch misses low as Hannah Bardeen gets ahead in the count 1-0. Bardeen batting second here in game 2. Rest of the D'Youville lineup in just a moment, as that's in for a called strike on the inside corner. Behind Bardeen, Beck, Bush, Prisbish, Gadaris, Boyd, Dewey, Bauer. As that is off the glove of Moore at third. That ball was hit hard. The throw is not in time at first. And we'll see how they score that one.
Another tough ground ball to Liz Moore. She got the out the first time away. This time around, just not able to get a good strong throw from Balderas on the ricochet. Just not enough in time. Bardeen's on first as they're going to rule that a single.
I agree. Yep. That's what I would have given it as well. That's lined to left. And Acosta took a bad break. That ball's over her head. That rolls all the way to the fence. Bardeen is being sent home. Throw to the plate. Not in time. Throw to third. And the runner is in safely at third. as Laura Beck delivers an RBI double, and much like the Dolphins did in Game 1, the Saints jump out to a 1-0 first-inning lead here in Game 2.
You said it, Acosta just really took a bad read on the ball, and it went over her head, and it leads to an RBI triple for Beck as the Saints take an early 1-0 lead, just like the Dolphins did in Game number 1.
Acosta had a chance and left, but her initial break was in, and with that, she lost the play. As that ball sailed over her head, the wind certainly doesn't help, as the wind is blowing out to left field. The 0-1 pitch to Michaela Bush misses up and away for a ball, but you know the Saints have to be a bit disappointed with their offensive production. In Game 1, just 1 run. Dolphins pitching did a great job. And early in this game, the Saints are on the board for 2 in the first.
A nice single from Michaela Bush and an early 2 spot for the Saints.
Already 3 hits for DeUville against Miramontes.
Center fielder number 3, Emily Prisbish.
With Beck's RBI, it's her 8th of the season, and with that RBI from Bush, that now puts her in second on the team with 10 RBIs.
That's chopped to third. Moore will have to hurry, and her throw is in time.
Good throw by Moore. She was in on the play, waiting for the bunt, able to make a strong throw to first. Runner does advance to second, so another runner in score position for the Saints with 2 outs.
Shortstop number 20, Olivia Goderis.
Prisbish is retired, and Olivia Goderis will be the batter. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs. That pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike.
Gotta wonder how long Miramontes will go in this game. 5 innings in the first game. Have to see how long she has in this one.
That one skips in as the runner dances off second. Bush was about halfway to third. One ball and 1 strike. Count on the Saints shortstop. She just got a piece of that pitch.
Miramontes looking for that big strike 3 to get out of this inning and keep the game 2-0 going into the bottom of the first.
One and 2 on its way. And that misses for ball 2. Here comes the 2 and 2. That skips in for ball 3.
Miramontes has tried to make her chase on the last 2 pitches. Goderis not biting, has now worked the count full at 3 and 2.
First base is open, but Miramontes has already worked hard in this inning. And that's chopped to third. Moore has it. Throw to first high. And Acosta brings it in and applies the tag for the 3rd out. But the Saints get on the board first here in Game 2. They score twice in the opening inning, and they lead the Dolphins 2-0, heading to the home half of inning number 1.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back. for the home first inning. Mariah Carcano will lead things off for the Dolphins. CSI in an early 2-run hole, coming off a thrilling walk-off win in extra innings. Can't ask for much more in terms of entertainment value, and if you're a fan of the Dolphins, your team picks up the win. As that pitch misses inside.
You've certainly got entertainment value in the last 3 wins. You had Tracy's 300th win the first time, then you had the 9-8 comeback win, and then the walk-off in game number 1 of this doubleheader.
All 3 of those games decided by 1 run, as the diving catch cannot be made and left. Good effort once again in the outfield, as the Saints have really been everywhere. That was Beck again and left, as that gets down for a base hit.
Great effort by Beck. She made a great play in left field in the first game, just not able to get that one, and the Dolphins get a leadoff single.
And Carcano has yet another hit. And she just keeps on hitting. Multiple hits in game 1, a hit here in her first at-bat in game 2. Teams have not been able to get her out. Game 1 hero, Anissa Acosta at the plate, looks at ball 1.
And Carcano, not to be mistaken, she also moved the runner into scoring position to set up the game winner for Acosta. So that goes also warranted for Carcano's heroics also with Acosta's heroics.
Want to know the count on Acosta, and that's ripped down the line for an extra base hit. Carcano heads to third. She's being waved home. She heads to the plate and is in standing. It's an RBI double for Anissa Acosta, and the Dolphins have cut the Saints' lead in half. It's 2-1.
Well, Acosta now extends her RBI lead on the team. That's now her 21st of the season, had the 20th in the game winner in game 1. She rips it down the third base line for a double, and you saw Carcano. She just running all the way from first to home. Big-time RBI to get the Dolphins within 1, and a chance for Eileen Balderas now to tie this game.
And there's a look at that extra base hit once again as Acosta sends it down the line. Carcano able to score standing, and the Dolphins are back to within a run. Already 5 hits for the 2 teams in this first inning, and the Dolphins still have not made an out. Eileen Balderas at the plate just took a called strike 1. She had an RBI hit in game 1. Nearly had a walk-off hit as well. And Balderas went around there. She's quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Dolphins are facing Saints starter Sarah Parsage. This will be her 14th appearance, her now 11th start of the season. She is 5-5 coming into this game with a 3.48 ERA. They obviously went up a little bit after that last RBI. Has 36 strikeouts on the season.
Comes the 0-2. That's it out to left center. And the catch is made in center by Prisbish.
There's been a lot of web gems today in this game, in these 2 games that we've seen.
Now batting, the designated player, number 0, Amelia Funston.
And Amelia Funston will be the batter. 1 away now in the home first inning. Tying run stands over at second base. That pitch is fouled away.
Three runs total in game number 1. Already 3 runs here in the first inning.
Our final score has already been matched. 2-1 in the first game as Funston takes inside.
First base is open, so we'll have to see how Parsage approaches this at bat now.
2 teams combined for 17 hits in the first game. Already 5 up on the board as that sails over Funston's head. Two and 1 the count on Funston. That's hit through the right side for a base hit. They will hold Acosta at third. And Funston is on with a single. Dolphins now have runners on the corners, and the tying run stands over at third.
You're starting to see this last couple of games, Joe. The Dolphins are starting to see the ball a lot better. They're hitting very, very well. A nice hit from Funston there, just between the first and second baseman. And now first and third for Liz Moore. Great opportunity for CSI to tie this game.
There's another look at that base hit by Funston. Was able to sneak it through the right side. And the Dolphins are potentially a fly ball away from tying the score. A ground ball might get it done as well. The double play is in order. If Moore hits one hard on the ground, and that's fouled away. Saints with 2 runs on 3 hits in their half of the first. Dolphins now have a run on 3 hits of their own. Here comes the 0-1 to Moore. And she takes strike 2.
Moore is very busy in the top of the inning defensively. Now looking to have a big at-bat here to tie this game.
Comes the 0-2. There's a big swing and a miss for strike 3.
Huge strikeout there for the Saints, and now they are 1 out away from keeping this inning at 2-1. Chance for Alyssa Acosta now, or Alyssa, sorry, to keep this game, to tie the game, I should say.
Alyssa Acosta comes to the plate. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. Dolphins looking to get even here in the opening inning. First pitch on its way, and that's blocked behind the plate. Bardine able to smother that one. Wild pitcher, a passed ball, could tie the game. Comes the 1-0. That misses high.
Costa now in the driver's seat with a 2-0 count.
Parzik looks over toward the dugout. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that is in for a called strike. When the pitch calls come from the dugout, game moves a lot slower. As that pitch misses high, and Game 1 moved along so quickly that it's really striking how much you notice it.
That's considering the fact that it was still a 9-inning game, but you're right, it did move at a good pace.
3 balls and 1 strike to count on the Dolphins' left fielder. And that's it on the ground to the right side, hit slowly, but not slowly enough as Acosta is thrown out and the side is retired. Dolphins strand 2 on base. The Saints hold on to the lead, but the Dolphins get halfway back. Our score is 2-1, heading to the second.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back for the second inning from the CSI softball complex. And how about the start to this game? As we may not have mentioned when we came back. We didn't mention it yet, right, Nick?
No, we did not.
Change in the circle. All right, change in the circle. Acosta goes from first base to the circle. And Funston, who was originally the designated player, will move over to first base. So Miramontes is out after one inning. Acosta takes over. And she misses with her first two pitches.
This is Acosta's 7th appearance now of the season, as she tries to keep this game 2-1.
She's quickly behind 3-0. At the plate is Tatiana Boyd. She got into game one as a pinch runner, didn't hit. And she's quickly on with a 4-pitch walk.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 13, Brianna Dewey.
So a leadoff walk for the Saints. Brianna Dewey now coming to the plate with a runner on first.
Dolphins getting defensive instruction from the dugout. I was trying to listen in ahead of this first pitch as Dewey shows bunt, pulls back, and takes ball one.
And that's why they were getting the instruction, waiting for the bunt. So early on, Dewey showing bunt. Let's see if she continues that through this at-bat.
Comes the 1-0. That's in for a strike. Comes the 1-1. And Dewey offered. That's strike two.
Acosta a strike away from a big out number one here at the top of the second inning.
Comes the 1-2 pitch. That's fouled straight back. Dolphins infield has moved back a bit in the middle. Still about halfway in at the corners. 1-2 strikes the count on the Saints right fielder. And Dewey lashes one foul.
Looks as if the scouting report is that Dewey hits it down the left field line, so that's why Moore is in a little bit on this defensive alignment.
You see it very often in softball, bunting and slapping from the left-handed hitters. It's always tumultuous on that left side in those situations as that pitch misses up and away.
That's kind of why Balderas is a little bit playing towards the third base bag. And she's also ready just in case something goes in between her and Moore.
That's it on the ground to short. Balderas can't handle it, and the Dolphins lose the play.
Tough break for CSI right there. It's going to go down to the E6 for the Dolphins, and now first and second for the Saints. Nobody out, and a chance for Jamie Bauer at the plate.
Well, you have to think that potentially Balderas had double play on her mind in bobbling that ball, because I can't imagine any other reason that play wouldn't have been made. However, with a left-handed batter at the plate with some speed, that wouldn't have been an easy double play, as Balderas easily handles that one. And there's one away.
Nice redemption for Balderas to get the out at third. They get a good runner and Boyd out, so now still first and second. One out now, and Gianna Adamo now coming up to plate.
There's a look at that previous play, and there's no chance the Dolphins could have turned two there. That ball was hit pretty hard, and Balderas was a couple of steps in, so I still don't think they had a chance, but perhaps she thought they did. Back to the top of the order now. Gianna Adamo is the batter. She's 0 for 1 in this game. And that swung on and missed.
Dewey with a big lead on second after the pitch. Looked like the last two pitches she was about to steal.
Comes the 1-1. That misses high.
Huge at bat for Acosta here. If she would have walked the batter, it would be bases loaded with 1 out for the Saints.
And that's sent foul. And the 2-2 misses high. Now, once again, I can't help but listen to what's going on in the Dolphins dugout. They're still keeping an eye on the runner, potentially leaving early.
We saw that in game 1. That cost the Saints a run.
It did. And that swung on and missed on the high heat for strike 3. Damo chased a pitch up at her eyes there.
Now batting.
There are 2 gone.
Big strikeout for Acosta forced there, but a dangerous at bat, and Bardi now out at the plate. 2 outs, first and second. Saints trying to add to their lead.
Bardine 1 for 1 in this game. Beck in the on-deck circle, 1 for 1 in this game. And Bush batting out of the cleanup spot in the hole is 1 for 1. So no relief coming up for Acosta and the Dolphins here. As that pitch misses high for ball 2. And that is off the glove of Mayer into the backstop. That will put 2 in scoring position and run the count to 3-0. And I would not be shocked if the Dolphins issue an intentional walk here.
I think at this point with a 3-0 count, now first base open, I think you have to.
That's in for a strike. What do we know, Nick?
Looked like from where Mayer was standing, that was on a little bit on the outside corner, but it was called for a strike, so 3-1 now on the count.
She's set up well outside. That's hit a mile high out to right center field. And Carcano makes the catch. That will retire the side. And the Dolphins strand 2 Saints on base. Our score remains 2-1, headed to the home second.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Second inning, halfway through here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half of inning number 2. They trail by a run. Layla Aponte will get things started, and she chops that pitch foul.
Lisa Acosta getting out at the top of the second inning, had first and second. Was able to work out of the jam and keep this game 2-1, with Aponte leading off here at the bottom of the second.
Aponte getting the start at second base in this game. And she takes outside for ball one. We are so close to the action. You can hear every pitch call from the Saints dugout as that's lined down the right field line for an extra base hit, or at least I thought so. Aponte stops at first as that was cut off nicely in the corner. And off the bat, Nick, I thought for sure that was a double.
Well, either way, it's good base running heads up from Aponte to stay at first base because you're right, Joe. It was a great cutoff forced by the Saints, but a nice single down the first base line for Aponte, and now an opportunity for Whalen to try to tie this game maybe.
The way that ball was slicing toward the fence, I thought that was sure to end up in the corner. Now, we had a fluke play last year where a ball somehow found its way through the base of the fence down there.
And it cost the Dolphins a run.
It cost the Dolphins a game. That was the deciding run. There's a big swing and a miss by Victoria Whalen for strike one. Whalen reached base a couple of times in game one.
Yeah, she was big in game number one. Just a little bit late on that first pitch. Let's see if she makes any adjustments here on the second pitch of the at-bat. Just going to talk to Tracy Garofalo now.
In game one, Carcano had 2 hits. Acosta had 2 hits. Whalen had 2 hits. On the other side, Bardeen had 2 hits.
Whalen got the hit in the 9th inning, and then was pitch ran by Jessica Carrion. And Carrion would go on to score the winning run of the game.
Dolphins now have 4 hits in this game as we play on in the bottom of the second. Saints think Whalen might bunt. So that's popped up behind the plate, and Bardeen has it. Nick, I would have been shocked if Whalen bunted.
Yeah, I was wondering if the conversation with Tracy was about maybe bunting in that situation, but with the way she headed game number one, I agree with you. I would have been very shocked if she did.
There are 2 reasons I would have been very surprised. One is that Whalen is swinging a hot bat, and 2, if you give up that out, you have 9 and 1 behind her. If you were going straight to the top of the order, perhaps you consider it the way Carcano's been hitting. That pitch catches the corner for a strike. Now, I'm going to have to retrain myself again, as last year we found out during the first week of the season this year that we were mispronouncing Anissa and Alyssa's last name. We were saying Acosta all year. It is correctly pronounced Acosta. Ahead of this game, we found out it is not Carcano, it is Carcano.
Now batting the center fielder, number 3.
We have been here behind the plate all year for the last 2 years. Nobody corrected us until now.
All constructive criticism.
We welcome it, and I tell Marquise every media day, get the pronunciation of everyone's names. If we don't have it on media day, we are not going to have it for the season. And very quickly, Dolphins make the final 2 outs of the inning. Mayer pops up in foul territory. Carcano grounds out to first, and the inning is over. Deauville leads Staten Island 2-1 as we head to the third. Laura Beck will lead things off for the Saints in the top of the third inning. Her team leading by a run. Anissa Acosta still in the circle for the Dolphins. Came on in relief of Alexis Miramontes. Her first pitch in the third is in for a strike.
Acosta got into a little bit of a jam the last inning, but was able to work out of it. Let's see how she does here in the top of the third inning with a 2-1 lead for the Saints.
That ball's dribbled to second. Ponte has it, and she throws to first in time to retire Beck for out number 1.
Now batting the third baseman, number 8, Michaela Bush.
Now, keep in mind, if you're a fan of CSI Athletics as a whole, and not just here for softball today, baseball is on the road. They get started in about 10 minutes. That game will be played in Flushing at Queens College. Big win for the Dolphins in Game 2 yesterday against the Knights after a tough loss in Game 1. Those games really couldn't have played out any more differently. 20 runs in the first game between the two teams. The Dolphins lost by 10. And in Game 2, just 4 runs. 3 scored by the Dolphins. Complete game effort for John Esposito in the win.
Esposito was huge for CSI in that game. Got into a lot of trouble in the later innings. Able to work out of those later innings. 7th inning got to him just a little bit. Gave up the 1 run. Was an out away from a complete game shutout. But nonetheless, got the complete game. A huge momentum boost for CSI going into their game today in Flushing.
Definitely put himself in the ECC Pitcher of the Week conversation. We'll see how that turns out. Should find out in the next few hours. As Acosta misses with 4 straight to Michaela Bush, who draws a walk.
Now batting the center fielder, number 3, Emily Prisbish.
Emily Prisbish will be the batter. Once again, the Dolphins getting instruction from the dugout. First pitch from Acosta is taken for a ball.
Once again, Saints maybe looking to bunt to advance the runner. Here, 1 out in the inning.
And the 1-0 is bunted foul. Comes the 1-1. And that's it out to left center. Carcano waiting, battling the sun. She makes the catch.
Last 2 plays for Carcano in the outfield. She's had to battle that sun, as you said, but she's made the play and allowed out number 2 here.
Olivia Godaris.
As Godaris comes up to plate.
Olivia Godaris 0 for 1 in this game. Grounded out her first time up. Chance here with a runner on first and 2 outs. Think there's a chance that Bush might be a bit more aggressive on the bases over at first. We see it so often with 2 outs. Teams trying to steal their way into scoring position. And throw behind the runner has her picked off. Dolphins have her in a rundown, but a low throw to second eliminates any chance of getting an out on the play.
And the low throw did hurt the Dolphins in that one. Could have gotten into that rundown and gotten the out. But Bush is still on first base with now a 1-1 count.
It almost looked like she was waiting for a throw behind her to start running. But she got hung up in a really bad spot. A good throw to second, and she's probably out on the rundown. There's plenty that can happen, but they had her in a really good spot in terms of recording the third out.
We almost another Joe Stradamus moment because, as you said, she was bad to steal. It looked like she was going to on that play, but got caught in the rundown nonetheless.
Been calling softball here for a long time. As that's grounded to first, Funston has it, and she steps on the bag for the final out of the inning. Saints strand 1 on base and fail to score. We head to the bottom half of the third inning. Deauville over Staten Island, 2-1. And we are back for the bottom of the third inning. We had a timing violation on the infield for the Saints. And Nick, I will not pretend to know what that constitutes.
I'm not sure either what the timing issue was related to. But either way, Acosta comes up to the plate. Her first at-bat since the RBI double and her last at-bat.
If I had to guess, it's that play was ready to resume and a particular player was not or had an extra softball. But I won't speculate any further than that.
As we shouldn't.
I've been calling softball here a long time. There are some things I still haven't seen. That was one of them. Meanwhile, Anissa Acosta is ahead in the count 2-0, and she takes a knee-high strike.
Acosta swinging a red-hot bat right now, so we always know that she's ready to swing. Now 2-1 in this count.
Comes 2-1. And that's it on the ground. Fair ball down the right field line. Same exact spot as the Aponte hit. And Acosta will stop at first with a leadoff single.
Acosta continues her red-hot hitting streak at this rate. 2 singles now in this game. And just like you said, Aponte's hit just right down that first base line as Balderas now comes up with a runner on first.
Andrew having some fun over there on the public address system. Sounding the horn.
Sound the alarms.
I didn't know that was on the soundboard.
There's an input you have to put in for it.
My soundboard's not allowed to be played as that misses off the inside corner. We'd have to require identification to enter the premises if they were using my soundboard. 1-0 the count on Balderas.
I'll just leave it at that.
And that misses away.
Good opportunity for Balderas here. Up 2-0 in the count. With the runner on first. CSI trying to tie this game at 2.
Balderas ahead 2-0. And she takes a big swing and rips that one foul.
Balderas straightens that one out. That's going to go into the gap.
We touched on it during the first game. Saints won their first 7 meetings against the Dolphins. The Dolphins won the final game played last year. Dolphins won the first game today. Are now 2-7 against Dieuville. They're 1-2 against the ECC this year. As Balderas swings and misses at that fastball. And Nick, that had some extra on it.
A little bit of gasolina on that one. Back-to-back strikes now for Parzic, and she's 1 strike away from a big first out.
Comes the 2-2. That's grounded foul. Still nobody out in the home third inning. Acosta the runner over at first. Balderas at the plate. Funston on deck. Dolphins are out hitting the Saints 5-3. But still trail by a run. Here comes another 2-2 pitch. And once again, that's fouled away.
Good at bat by Balderas, trying to work the count. Go to make the pitch count go up for Parzic. Now still 2-2. Trying to straighten it out and keep it in play to get a single.
Another 2-2 pitch upcoming. And Balderas takes inside. Is there any chance you consider sending Acosta on this pitch?
I think it's a tough call.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either. But
I like to throw those hypotheticals out there.
Let's see what happens.
That's topped foul. Now, it's not like baseball where you can get a head start.
Right.
So I think that probably negates it.
That was the issue Tracy Garofalo was having in that second inning with the runner at second. They were complaining that the runner was leaving a little bit early before the pitch was thrown.
That's what made me think of it. Count still full on Balderas. And that is ripped into left field. That one hops the fence. Acosta heads to third. Balderas heads to second. Acosta is being waved home, and she will score all the way from first base. It's a game-tying RBI double for Eileen Balderas, and the Dolphins have evened up the score at 2.
Well, Joe, I said earlier in the at-bat she was trying to straighten it out and get something into the gap. That's exactly what she did in the bat. She forced the count full, hits it, a line drive over the left fielder's head, and the Dolphins have tied the game at 2 with a ripping double by Balderas.
What a shot off the bat of Balderas, who battled throughout that at-bat, saw quite a few pitches, and made the most of that opportunity at the plate. She ties the game. Dolphins have now doubled up the Saints in hits, 6-3. There's still nobody out here in the home third. And Amelia Funston with a base hit could give CSI the lead, and that will do it. As she grounds one through the middle. Throw to the plate, not in time. Balderas scores without a slide, and the Dolphins lead it 3-2.
Funston is also swinging a hot bat for the Dolphins. A nice single up the middle to score Balderas. And CSI, with their 7th hit of the game, now takes a 3-2 lead here at the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Funston wasted absolutely no time going after the first pitch. Sent it right back up the middle. Throw to the plate. Actually got away and ended up halfway up the third base line in front of the Dolphins dugout, but it was tracked down, and Funston held at first base. And now there's a conference in the circle for the Saints, who have no action in their bullpen. So it doesn't look like any pitching change is coming soon. And the Dolphins lead by a run now. Funston stands over at first. Liz Moore will be the batter. And CSI has really come alive offensively here in this game after scoring just twice in game 1. That was enough. The pitching has been there this last week, and the offense has supported them well.
Yeah, we saw it in that game where they were trailing 8-0. The bats do not give up for this team, no matter what the deficit is. Now 2 runs here at the bottom of the 3rd inning. They have the lead for the first time here in game number 2.
Moore hits one down the third base line. That's a fair ball.
Went right off the third base peg. Are they going to call that?
Well, I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. You definitely saw it on your screens. Home plate umpire went down. There was a divot next to the plate. And those can be
dangerous.
Some deep craters. Yeah. But, Nick.
They called a foul ball on that?
I was certain that was fair.
We'll have to get a replay of that. Because
we will. I don't want to do it right now because I want to be able to slow it down. So
I agree with you. I think that was a fair ball.
That goes down as strike 1. That's fouled away. Now, I'd already put the runner on base. I had to go and change that.
We talked about it before. We've had some very memorable calls here at the softball complex. That's an interesting one, to say the least.
Interesting's a good word for it. As Moore is in a 2-strike hole here. Comes the 0-2. And that's popped up foul. So when this at-bat is over, we'll get a look at that last play again and see if we can spot it. I actually didn't think it hit the bag. I thought it bounced over the glove of Bush at third base, but I thought it was fair.
It did hit the bag.
It did. Okay. And I'm not sure how that could be ruled a foul ball. And Moore takes up and in.
Well, now if you're Moore, with the count being 1-2, you at least would like to get on base after that call.
It certainly looked like she had a hit there. Comes the 1-2. That skips in.
Good job by Moore not chasing on those last 2 pitches. Now has worked the count to 2-2 in this at bat.
Call comes in from the Saints dugout. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That misses badly for ball 3.
Another pitch they try to force her to chase on, but it just very badly missed on the outside corner, and now Moore has worked the count full at 3-2.
Moore doing a good job battling back from down 0-2. Here's the payoff pitch. And that's it out to left. Hit well, and that one hops the wall. Funston heads to third. Moore is into second base, standing, and the Dolphins have 2 in scoring position following their 8th hit of this game.
That looked like just the exact same play as the Balderas double. Right over Beck's head. She just could not really read that ball right off the bat. And a great at-bat by Moore. Down 0-2 in the count. They had the controversial play at third base, but she gets a big-time double. And now CSI with second and third, nobody out. Acosta comes to play, looking to drive home both runners.
Still a big opportunity for the Dolphins in this inning. Nobody out. And the Saints will get the bullpen going. At least it appears so. I see somebody standing in the bullpen. As that's pulled over to first, that will not get the run in. Moore was way off second base. And she heads back.
Just got back in time. I think Moore was expecting Funston to run home on that ground ball, but she did not. So a big out, number 1 for the Saints now. Aponte, who had the single down the first base line the first time up now, looks to get another hit here to drive home both runners.
There is action in the bullpen as Aponte hits it on the ground to short. That will not get the run in, and there are now 2 away.
Good job by this Deauville Saints defense. Second and third, nobody out. 2 straight ground balls forced. The runners have not advanced because of the play from the defense, and now Whalen will have an opportunity to do what the other 2 CSI Dolphins could not, try to bring home those 2 runners with 1 single.
Funston on third, Moore on second. Now 2 outs in the inning, and it's left to Victoria Whalen. And Whalen takes off the inside corner for ball 1.
First base still open for the Saints, so a walk necessarily would not hurt them in this situation.
Whalen is 0 for 1 in the game. Chance here in a big spot after a 2-hit game 1. And Whalen takes high for ball 2. If Whalen can keep the inning going, Rianne Mayer would be next. Whalen now is ahead 3-0. And she hasn't gotten anything to hit here.
Kind of like the last thing with Acosta, where the 3-0 count, the first base bag open. Let's see if it's an unintentional walk to load the bases.
Given the reaction of Parzik in the circle, I don't think this is anything intentional. She finds the zone with that pitch. Slammed the ball into her glove in frustration ahead of that 3-0 offering.
And you can tell she's very frustrated. The Dolphins have gotten a lot of good hits off of her in this game now. 8 here at the bottom of the 3rd inning.
3-1 the count on the CSI right fielder. And Whalen takes a called strike.
CSI faithful not liking that call. This, you know, it's a bang-bang on the outside corner. Now 3-2. We'll see what Whalen does here.
And the payoff pitch is fouled away. Three and 2 the count on Whalen. Another full count in the inning for the Dolphins at the plate. Parzik checks the wristband as the call comes in from the dugout. And the 3-2 pitch is fouled straight back.
Whalen found off those last 2 pitches to keep the count full at 3-2. Good at bat here to force the pitch count to go up.
We've seen this quite a bit from Whalen. Far from an easy out at the plate. Here comes the 3-2 again. And Whalen stays alive.
You said, Joe, Whalen is a very tough out. She's fouled the last 3 pitches. Still 3-2. 2 outs and first base still open.
We don't have a pitch count. But in this inning, Parzik has had to work very hard. And that pitch misses low for ball 4. Great at bat from Whalen as the Dolphins load the bases for Rian Mayer.
Yeah, Whalen forced the count to go full at 3-2. Was able to foul off 3 straight pitches to keep the count going and works a walk to load the bases for Mayer. CSI has got a great opportunity to open this game up.
Funston on third, Moore on second, Whalen on first. Mayer at the plate, and nowhere to put her for the Saints. First pitch on its way, and that's in for a called strike.
Biggest at bat of the game so far. Bases loaded, 2 outs, a 3-2 game. Saints trying to get out of it.
Base hit here could make this a 3-run game. That's grounded foul.
Mayer just a little bit out in front on that pitch, a little bit of an off speed, and it's quickly 0-2.
She was fooled on that one. She chased the ball. Parzik 1 strike away from escaping trouble. Comes the 0-2. That's popped up. I had no clue where that ball was, but it ends up behind us and to the left of the bleachers.
Had a couple of those in game 1 where I couldn't see the ball because of the sun. So I trusted my judgment that it went somewhere that was not closely or remotely near me.
My judgment didn't serve me well at all yesterday. Another 0-2 pitch upcoming. And that's hit well out to left center field, but that ball is tracked down in the gap as the catch is made by Prisbish for the final out of the inning. The Dolphins strand the bases loaded. They settle for 2 runs, and they lead it 3-2.
For 42, Tatiana Boyd.
And we are back for the 4th inning. By popular demand from our spectators, I wanted to get us a look at that replay that we never got back to from the last half inning. However, it appears that we're having some replay issues at the moment. Not quite sure what's going on there, so we'll have to wait as the first pitch of the 4th inning misses for ball 1.
Now, when we got to look at it for a split second, it looked like, from what we believe and what a lot of people believe, it went down the third base line. To me, it hit off the bag, went into the outfield. So that one goes foul. And it should have been a single for Moore, but instead it was called a strike. As we're going to now look at it.
Let's see. It's so hard for us to tell because we're not viewing it full screen. We're viewing it on our max screen, which is then contained. First of all, we have sunlight that makes it very hard to see in general. And then beyond that, the replay window is minimized as part of our production truck software. That ball skipped in and caught the home plate umpire as time is called by the Saints to buy him a few seconds. It's been a tumultuous last inning or so.
I think tumultuous is a good word for that. So I would say that's a good word for that.
Yeah.
Just for the kids at home, always wear your cup. That's all I'm going to say.
Ouch.
Always wear the cup.
Well, After yesterday, I might suggest that broadcasters wear body armor. I actually have pads like that for basketball, as now Acosta takes a ground ball off the knee. And that is going to draw attention from the Dolphins dugout. TJ's smiling. She appears okay.
Yeah, it's always a good sign to see that your pitcher is okay after a sharp ground ball right off the leg. And redirected going from up the middle into the outfield for a leadoff single for the Saints.
TJ says she's all good. Here's a look at it. Initially, there was a grimace there, but she shakes it off quickly. No delay in the action. Runner going from first. Throw by Mayer skips in and is not in time.
So now runner on second for the Saints and Boyd. And a great opportunity for them to tie this game with Dewey at the plate, up 1-0 in the count.
Single and a stolen base for Tatiana Boyd. Brianna Dewey looks to bunt, and she offered it that one.
She was looking to bunt the last time she was up the plate.
Comes the 1-1. That's sent foul.
So Acosta strike away from a big out number one here. Trying to keep this game with a 3-2 lead for the Dolphins.
Here comes the 1-2. And that's it well out to left. Acosta chases it toward the warning track. She won't get there, and that rolls to the base of the fence. The tying run is in to score. Dewey headed for third, and the ball was dropped on the relay throw, as it's an RBI triple for Brianna Dewey, and just like that, the Saints have gotten even. It's now even at 3.
Left fielders have been having trouble tracking down a couple of fly balls, and another one screeching into left field. A triple for Dewey. This game is tied at 3, as Frenza is going to now pitch for the Dolphins, replacing Acosta.
An early entry into the game for Alexandra Frenza. And Nick, how many innings did she pitch last game? Was it 4 or 5?
She pitched from
4. It was 4.
Yeah.
She picked up the win, her third of the season. In 4 innings, she allowed just 2 hits, walked 3, struck out 3, and hit a batter. Acosta is going to head back over to first base. She, of course, will remain in the game. Frenza to the circle. And the go-ahead run stands over at third.
Very daunting task for Frenza now with the runner on third, nobody out, trying to keep this game tied. Looks like Andrew hit that button again, Joe.
Andrew can't keep his hands off the red button as we were getting the changes.
Number 15, Alex Frenza.
Frenza in at pitcher for the Dolphins, looking to keep this game even. For the Saints, they now have 3 runs on 5 hits. Dolphins have 3 runs on 8 hits.
Great chance for Jamie Bauer to give D'Youville back the lead. Dolphins infield looks like maybe we'll play a little bit in to try to hold the runner at third, just like D'Youville did to the Dolphins in the previous half inning.
The infield about halfway in the middle, maybe closer to normal depth, as they do creep in on that first pitch, and Bauer looks at a strike.
Well, you have to be careful because a bunt, that's what they could be looking for in the situation, especially with the runner at third.
That pitch misses high. We saw the Dolphins with a chance to add more to their lead. With runners in scoring position and nobody out, they had to settle for 2. The Saints have a similar opportunity here with a runner on third and nobody out. And they hope to go in front.
Huge 1-2 pitch for Frenza, looking to get the big first out with a strikeout.
That's hit in the air on the infield. And Aponte's got it. That won't get the run in. And there's one away.
That's all you can ask for out of your pitcher, to get a nice out number one without the ball going into the outfield. Try to get a sacrifice fly. Huge out number one. 2 outs away for CSI, trying to keep this game tied at 3.
That's exactly what Frenza was looking for upon entering the game. And you know CSI is hoping that she can go the rest of the way in this one. Not sure who would be next out of the Dolphins bullpen. I think that depends largely on who's available. Comes the 1-0 to Gianna Adamo, and that's in for a strike.
We're hoping Frenza can get out of the situation and can give you some innings after what she did in game number 1 of this doubleheader. 1-1 count here with 1 away and a runner on third.
The 1-1 is bunted foul. I'm not sure if a bunt down the third base line is what Saints were looking for there.
It would not help with bringing the runner home from third. They needed to get it down the first base line to have an opportunity.
I think that was strictly a bunt for a hit, with no intention of bringing the run home, as Carcano might have a play at the plate here. Throw coming in. Mayer is there. The tag is applied, and the runner is out.
What a double play forced by the Dolphins. Great throw from Carcano to get it into home plate, and a great 8-2 double play to get out of the inning for CSI.
And let's watch it again, as off the bat, it was very clear we were about to have a play at the plate. And here's a second look. That was hit to shallow center. Carcano there waiting. Mayer in good position, and she applies the tag. And we've seen earlier this season interference against the Dolphins called twice. Mayer did a good job there to position herself at the front of the batter's box, not obstructing the third baseline. Good job by the Dolphins catcher. Great throw by the Dolphins center fielder. And Nick, they had a runner on third with nobody out. Saints failed to score. We are even at 3, headed to the home fourth. Home fourth inning about to get started from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins and Saints tied at 3. And it looks like Carcano is going to beat that one out. She will.
She hit it at the perfect spot in the infield to run that one out. CSI is getting a lot of momentum, especially how that last half inning ended. With the runner on third, nobody out, they were able to get out of the jam and keep the game tied. Now they look to regain the lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
That one effectively a swinging bunt. That play was a lot closer than I expected. I didn't think the Saints would be able to get there and cover in time, but Adamo did a good job coming over from second base. That still wasn't enough against the speed of Carcano. And Denisa Acosta looks at a strike.
Yeah, if you're the Saints, this is where you need to get the out, because Acosta has been on fire for CSI. One big hit into the gap would bring home the runner.
Balderas today has swung the bat well. She stands on deck. And Acosta looks at that pitch high.
And after her would be Funston. She's also swung the bat very well today in this game.
Comes the 1-1. That misses outside.
They're trying to force Acosta to swing at something on the outside, not give her anything good to hit in this at bat, because we've seen it already. She has drilled a couple pitches to get some singles.
Here comes the 2-1. And that's it out to left. And not having to move was Beck, who makes the catch for the first out.
Costa just a little bit under on that pitch. Huge first out for the Saints, with Balderas now coming up to the plate.
She did miss that one by much, that's for sure. And that will bring up Eileen Balderas.
So Balderas with that big double that brought home a run her last time up. Can she do it again here?
Balderas 1 for 2 in the game with an RBI and a run scored. And she looks at ball 1. Carcano, the runner, over at first. That's blooped on the infield. That's down. And Balderas is out.
I think Adamo is her on the play. You can see, Joe, she is limping right now.
It came up hobbled. My view of that play was actually obstructed. Every once in a while, that will happen behind the plate. And I didn't see that ball come down. Go-ahead run now in scoring position. 2 outs for the Dolphins here in the 4th. And that's dribbled on the ground to first. And Bauer will step on the bag for the 3rd out. Dolphins are turned aside in the 4th. The score remains even at 3. Fifth inning getting started from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins and Saints have spent much of the day tied, and once again they are tied at 3.
We have some great action here at the softball complex, a thriller in game 1, and we are on pace to have another thriller here in game number 2.
Hannah Bardeen will get things started for D'Youville here in the 5th. That pitch misses down and in for ball 1. Dolphins and Knights have gotten underway in Flushing. Baseball on the road today, as that's hit a mile high and well beyond the left field fence, but well foul.
A couple inches more to the right. That's going to be a home run for Bardeen. CSI's got to be ready for anything into the gap.
Comes the 1-1. That's in for a strike.
Look at the off speed on that pitch. Bardeen was fooled by that one. Was not ready. Waiting for another fastball there. Now 1-2 in the count.
Comes the 1-2. She had Bardeen a bit ahead of that one. Something tells me she probably won't get away with that pitch again.
What's up?
Comes the 1-2. That's hit hard into right center field on the ground for a base hit. And look how deep Carcano was playing in center field. She's able to cut that ball off just shy of the warning track.
Well, you saw on that foul ball that she hit the left field, the Dolphins had to move back just a little bit to avoid anything going far, and that's exactly what worked out for them in that situation. Carcano was able to pick up the ball in deep territory in right center field, able to get a good strong throw to the relay man, and it keeps the runner at first base.
That ball rolled a very long way before it was scooped up in right center field. First pitch to Laura Beck, misses for ball 1. Beck is 1 for 2 in the game as she sends one out to deep left field. That ball carrying toward the fence, and it's off the wall. Acosta scoops it up in the corner, and they will hold Bardeen at 3rd.
That ball just kept carrying and carrying right off the bat. It looked like it was going to be a shallow fly ball, but the wind took it all the way to the stop at the wall, and it leads to a double. And now second and third, one out. Another situation for Frenza where she's going to have to get out of it. Excuse me, there's no outs. I forgot there's no outs in the inning. So Frenza once again will have to try to get out of the inning with no outs, and the game's still tied to 3.
Saints now have 7 hits. And Frenza finds herself in trouble here in the 5th. 2 in scoring position once again. Still nobody out.
Now the question I have, Joe, is do you walk the batter here to load the bases to try to get the force at any plate?
Generally speaking, I'd probably say yes, but Frenza has a lot of walks. I don't think you can here. As that misses down and in for a ball. If it weren't for the walk rate, I'd be inclined to say yes. Bush is still one of the better hitters on this team at .317, and she's quickly ahead 2-0.
Big spot in this game. First base is open. 2-0 count for Bush.
And the 2-0 misses low for ball 3, so now Frenza is 1 ball away from loading the bases.
Frenza really needs a strike here.
That catches the corner. And Bush calls time. Brief conversation down the third base line. And Bush will head back to the box, ahead in the count, 3-1. Question is, green light here or not? I would assume so.
We'll have to see here on 3-1.
Green light indeed, as that slashed foul. And the count is now full.
So now with that green light given, it now forces a foul ball. Now 3-2 in this upcoming pitch. Frenza a strike away from a huge out number 1.
Emily Prisbish on deck. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's hit in the air. Shallow left center, and Balderas makes the over-the-shoulder catch. And Nick, that looked like trouble on the way down.
It did. Tracy was, signaling for the infield fly. We almost had another one here, Joe. But either way, Balderas makes the play over the shoulder to get the big first out. Still second and third, as Saints trying to take back the lead.
I hope she wasn't signaling infield fly with first base empty.
She was saying infield fly.
I think she meant fly ball. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt on this one.
We'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
I'm going to. Now, if you told me Lewis was signaling infield fly, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. As the count evens up at 1-1.
Good thing he didn't hear you on that one.
He did not. They have 0-2 on the scoreboard, so that's my mistake. And that's popped up into the stands. To the count. Frenza a strike away from a big out. And there's a good save by Mayer as that one looked ticketed for the backstop.
Yeah, Mayer saving potentially a run from coming in on that play. Now 1-2 in the count. Frenza looking for that strike 3 pitch.
Comes the 1-2. That's fouled away.
Just fouled off at the last second. Still 1-2 in the count.
One ball and 2 strikes the count on the Saints center fielder. Frenza looking for a big second out. Well, Nick, what do you think?
I don't know about that one.
I thought for sure she swung.
I don't know about that one.
I didn't think there was any question. As that's it on the ground. Throw goes to first. Throw comes home, not in time. And the runner at first was called safe. Or not, as the signal finally comes. Now, Brisbane kept running. I guess she was waiting for the call as well. We'll capture that replay and get a second look.
Now batting the shortstop.
As the Dolphins get the out at first, a run scores, and the Saints now lead by 1.
Bardeen had to go home because the runner from second was already at third base. So good base running from the Saints there as they now take a 4-3 lead here at the top of the 5th inning.
Well, that was almost a catastrophe for the Saints.
Could have been a catastrophe.
And if the Dolphins had realized it, then the run wouldn't have scored because right behind the play, there were 2 runners standing side by side at third base.
Yep. Huge break for D'Youville.
If somebody had seen that, the run does not score. And the Dolphins get an out. Olivia Gutierrez ahead in the count here, 2-0. And she takes a knee-high strike. After this next pitch, we'll get a quick look at that last play. That pitch misses for a ball. Here's another look at it. There you see the ball on the ground. The runner on third hadn't moved. The runner from second was about 2/3 of the way to third base. That could have been big trouble for D'Youville if the Dolphins had caught that. The count on Gutierrez is now full. Here comes the 3-2. That's fouled back.
3-2 count again for Frenza here. Looking to get that big strike 3 pitch to get out of the inning and keep it 4-3.
Another 3-2 pitch on its way. And that misses high.
So now first and third for the Saints. Tatiana Boyd now coming up to plate.
Now batting the designated player, number 42, Tatiana Boyd.
Boyd in the game, officially 1-for-1 with a run scored. Has drawn a walk and singled thus far. And she takes a called strike. Comes the 0-1. That misses high.
Frenza really needs to try to focus to get this last out of the inning to keep it a 1-run game going into the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs, first and third.
That misses high for ball 2. Runner heading to second, and the Dolphins will let her go. That's defensive indifference if I've ever seen it. Dolphins didn't even give her a look as Gutierrez walked to second base. Maybe a light jog?
Yeah, a little light jog.
Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Saints' designated player, and Mayer makes another good block.
Now 3-2 in the count. First base is again open for the Saints. So let's see what Frenza does here in this 3-2 pitch. Looking to get out of the inning.
Brianna Dewey on deck as that's grounded to short. Balderas eats it and tags the runner out between second and third. They had no play at first. The run scores, and the Saints lead it 5-3 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th. Home half of the fifth. Coming up from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins now trail by a pair. Saints with 5 runs on 7 hits. The Dolphins with 3 runs on 9 hits. Deauville has scored the last 3. And we will see if the Dolphins have another answer.
Number 23, Liz Moore.
Liz Moore will lead things off for the Dolphins against a new pitcher, Alexis Del Favero, into the game for Deauville University.
This will be her 7th appearance. She is 0-1 this season with the save. Has pitched 10 2/3 of an inning. Has the team's best team ERA with 3.28 on the season with 4 strikeouts.
You would think the Saints would like her to go the rest of the way. Saints have used 3 pitchers today. The Dolphins have used 3 different pitchers today. As Moore grounds out to third for out number 1.
Dolphins caught a bad break in the previous half inning with that second run of the inning coming in.
The left fielder, number 12, Alyssa Acosta.
So now instead of it being a 1-run game coming into the bottom of the 5th inning, it's now a 2-run lead for the Saints, 5-3.
Alyssa Acosta will be the batter with 1 out. And she takes a ball. Acosta 0 for 2 in the game. He's grounded out a couple of times. Here comes the 1-0. That's off the outside corner for ball 2.
Be huge for the Dolphins. They're able to get the tying run to the plate. Acosta can get on first base.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that misses for ball 3.
Did not look like it missed by much here behind home plate.
A walk brings the tying run to the plate. Acosta shows bunt and pulls it back as she was taking all the way. Count 3 balls and 1 strike on the CSI left fielder. And that misses badly for ball 4.
Well, CSI gets now the tying run to the plate. And a great opportunity for Layla Aponte. Runner on first, 1 out, 2-run lead for the Saints.
Ponte 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. And that pitch misses for a ball. Comes the 1-0. And that's on the inside corner.
Victoria Whalen on deck. Hoping to have runners on the bases for her.
That's it on the ground to second. Hit slowly, and it's booted at second base. And that will cost the Saints an out, as Aponte will reach on the error.
Well, Whalen gets her wish now. She is now the go-ahead run at the plate. First and second, 1 out. Huge error for the Saints. Can the Dolphins make them pay and maybe with something into the gap, tie this game?
That's about as routine as it gets over at second base. I'm not sure what happened on that play. Maybe a bit of a late hop on that ground ball. It looked like a routine play. And it's booted to give the Dolphins a good opportunity as that's blooped into shallow right center. And the sliding catch comes up empty as the Dolphins will now have the bases loaded following a base hit off the bat of Victoria Whalen.
And a great opportunity for Rianne Mayer. She had a base-loaded chance earlier in this game at the bottom of the 3rd inning. Has another chance here at the bottom of the 5th. A single will bring home both runners and tie this game. Huge at-bat coming up here for the Dolphins.
The Dolphins now have 10 hits in this game. Not to be lost in that is that we nearly had another great play in the outfield by Deauville. That was awfully close off the glove. As Rianne Mayer will bat with the bases loaded. And she fouls that pitch back. And Nick, if I'm not mistaken, this may be the second time Mayer has come to the plate with 3 on.
Yep. Bottom of the 3rd inning, she had bases loaded. Great opportunity here for her to bring home those 2 runs to tie the game.
0-1 the count on the Dolphins catcher as that gets away, and that will bring home the 4th CSI run.
What a big break for CSI, and now, Joe, a single will give the Dolphins back the lead. Huge chance for Mayer here, and now first base open. There is now no double play effect for D'Youville.
And that's big, because now a ground ball could give the Dolphins the lead, whereas before you had a force all around, and a ground ball could easily turn into a double play. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Mayer, as that is softly lined into the glove of Gadaris over at short, and there are now 2 gone.
Good job by CSI to get back to the base just in time. That could have been disastrous if that was the case.
And we are going to have a pinch runner over at second base.
So Sophia Dodana come in game 1 as a pinch runner. She's going to do the same here to get the Dolphins some speed. With 1 single, it would bring home both runners and give CSI back the lead.
I think that's a good move by Tracy Garofalo with 2 outs. Give yourself the best opportunity you can to score 2 on a base hit. You have 2 of your most dangerous hitters coming up. First, Carcano, followed by Acosta.
You said it in game 1, Joe. If there's a big chance and opportunity, you want the top of your order to have the chance to give you the lead. This is what CSI's got right now in this situation. 5-4, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th, and an opportunity with 1 single to take back the lead.
Top 3 hitters in the CSI lineup have swung the bats very well today. And a big opportunity here for Carcano to give the Dolphins the lead.
And normally you would think with the first base bag open that it would, be okay for them. But with Acosta on deck, can't really get out of the situation.
Time has been called as they are addressing something out in left field. It looked like Laura Beck asked for time, and I thought she said she couldn't see something. I'm not sure what she was looking to see.
Maybe she got dirt in her eye, potentially?
That is not beyond the realm of possibility. There's a reason I'm wearing sunglasses.
Right.
And it's not because of the sun. That pitch is in for a strike. Now, Nick, I posed the question in game 1. Are goggles overkill?
I don't think they would be.
That's the answer I wanted. Here comes the 1-1. That's fouled away.
There's a reason why I'm also wearing sunglasses because of that. Because game 1...
You're wearing the sports shades. Big difference.
I had game 1.
You have that coverage.
Exactly. And I had to bear the dirt coming back because I had to look up for the the walk-up sun, so I couldn't really use my glasses for game 1.
Comes the 1-2, and that's hit toward the middle. Will be a close play at first, and there is no play at first as Carcano beats it out for an infield hit, and the Dolphins have tied the score.
You've got to love the hustle that these Dolphins give you each and every game, and because of that infield single, we once again have a tie game, and with Acosta coming up, a big hit here gives CSI back the lead.
That was hit slowly enough where the Saints never had a chance to make a play. There is nothing that could have been done by Adamo over at second. As Carcano beats the throw easily, that ties the score. And now a base hit would give CSI the lead. There goes Carcano, and no throw to second. Dolphins will take a free base there. As Bardeen elected to fake a throw to second. That's not surprising, as you don't want to take that chance if you're D'Youville, especially as we begin to get later in this game. And Acosta fouls that one away.
First base now open for the Saints with Balderas on deck. Acosta looking to bring home both runners to give CSI what would be potentially a 2-run lead.
There were times last year where Acosta may have been walked in this spot. You can't do that now. Here comes the 1-1, and that's popped up on the infield, right back to the circle. And the catch is made there by Del Favero for the final out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins score twice. They get even, and we are knotted up at 5, headed to the 6th. And we are back for the 6th inning from the College of Staten Island. Andrew thought he called a good one in Game 1.
Which he did.
But this has been a back-and-forth Game 2. This one giving Game 1 a run for its money, as we've had 2 great games so far today. First game took 9 innings to reach its conclusion. And we are tied at 5 here in the 6th inning of game number 2 between the Dolphins and the Saints.
Yeah, another great game being played here at the softball complex. Game 1 ended on a walk-off. Now we have a tie game here in the 6th inning. Let's see how it all unfolds here with CSI now making a pitching change.
That pitch is in for a called strike. Brianna Dewey at the plate. She's 1 for 2. New pitcher for the Dolphins is Kelsey Strayer. Strayer comes in having appeared in 7 games, all in relief. She's pitched to an 0-1 record with a whip of 1.53 and a 5.81 ERA. In 15 2/3, she's allowed 20 hits, 15 runs, 13 of those earned. She's walked 4 and struck out 5. 69 opposing batters hitting .290 against her.
And she comes in with the game tied, so CSI is looking to get some innings out of her to try to keep it tied as they try to take back the lead.
I speculated earlier as that
what an off-speed
Ephus pitch, for lack of a better term. I mean, if there was ever the equivalent of the softball Ephus pitch, that was it.
I wish we had as well. We'll wait on that pitch. Strike 3. Great job by Strayer there. I wish we had something to time that pitch on that previous one.
Let's see if we have both pitches in the replay. I don't think we do. No, we do. So let's get a look at those last 2 pitches back to back.
You'll see the Ephus pitch on the first one, and then she came back on the second one with some gas in it to get a big out.
That's the first pitch.
There's a foul ball on the first pitch for Jamie Bauer.
Here's the second pitch. And you could see how late Dewey was on that pitch. Bauer takes ball 1 there. Jamie Bauer, the Saints' first baseman, 0 for 2 in this game. That pitch just missed off the inside corner. Now, something that we said a lot last year, and I think it's even more applicable this year. This Dolphins pitching staff really does a great job changing speeds. All of them. That one sent foul.
Saints have Della Dorgan warming up in their bullpen. Thank you, Lewis, for relaying that information.
Lewis never short on information over at the stats desk until it comes time to wrap up the game.
Again, no comment.
That one's hit out to right field. Whalen charging in, and she makes the catch.
Nice job by Whalen to track that one down to get out number 2 here in this top of the 6th inning. So Strayer an out away from a 1-2-3 inning with Gianna Adamo now coming up to play for the Saints.
Adamo is 0 for 3. The top half of the Saints lineup has fared well in this game, as that slapped over to third, and Moore couldn't handle it. I think that was going to be a really close play. It goes down as an error, but let's take another look at it.
Now batting.
A half-hearted swing / bunt on this play.
Well, Moore's already playing in. I think she has her, but it was going to be close.
Yeah.
So that rightfully goes down as an E5. 2-out base runner for D'Youville. And a chance here for Hannah Bardeen. Now the danger here is that an extra base hit probably gives D'Youville the lead. And Bardeen has had no problem driving the ball to the fence. Look how deep Carcano is playing at center. She's almost on the warning track. I think the Dolphins are very wisely in a no-doubles defense right here, and that probably would prevent a run from scoring.
Well, think about this, Joe. Adamo at first base. She's tied for the team lead in steals this season, so we know that she has wheels as she's going on this pitch.
Moore gets another chance, handles that grounder cleanly, and the side is retired. Scoreless inning in relief for Kelsey Strayer, Strayer and the Dolphins are tied with the Saints at 5 as we head to the home 6th. Bottom half of the 6th inning getting started from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins and the Saints are tied at 5. And Eileen Balderas goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short, and is retired for the first out.
1 pitch, 1 out so far here in the bottom of the 6th. We've got a good one on tap. Once again tied in the later innings of this game, like we saw in game number 1.
Amelia Funston will be the batter with 1 out and the base is empty. Funston is 2 for 3 at the plate.
Now, Joe, I don't want to bring it up and jinx anything, but you do see the clouds are starting to creep in a little bit. So,
how dare you?
That's something to keep an eye out.
Nick just did the unthinkable and brought up the forecast.
All right.
Lewis says, unbelievable. Shame on you, Nick. We don't do that here.
Well, shame on Lewis for not completing the stats at the end of the game.
We don't do that here. As Funston takes low for a ball. Now, if we had a meteorologist on the crew, then we could do that. They said your thinking cap's not on correctly, Nick. Anything to say for yourself?
I will plead the 5th.
All right, then. That's not much of a defense as Funston takes ball 2. Comes to 2-1. That's off the outside corner for ball 3. Funston ahead 3-1 here. And that pitch is lashed foul. Nick, I think that was ball 4.
That was ball 4.
Looked a bit high. Count now full on the Dolphins' designated player. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike 3.
Big out number 1 for the Saints.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 23.
Correction, out number 2. They're right, Joe. My thinking cap wasn't on.
I'm not wrong often. Certainly wasn't wrong on that one. And Nick, I don't know what you've done, but now the wind is starting to pick up.
I have that effect on things.
Really? That's news to me. You should have made sure that foul ball didn't come into the booth and peg me yesterday.
To be fair, we've never seen that happen. That's never happened before.
We had 2 in the booth previously. Neither hit me. The one yesterday was a shot right to the ribs, for those who didn't watch. I'm still in shock 24 hours later.
I think we all are.
As Moore fouls that one away.
Great catch by Chase.
Smooth hands by our Director of Athletics and Recreation, Chase Licata, making a grab on the foul ball. He did much better than I did yesterday. He should have caught it with a 6-pack. That misses down and in for ball 2.
Again, no comment.
See, now, those who didn't watch yesterday think I'm kidding. I was hit by a foul ball in the booth. And that is hit hard through the right side for a base hit. And that nearly got by in right field.
That would have been dangerous if it did get past her. But a big 2-out single for Moore, and Acosta coming up to the plate, try to bring her home and give CSI back the lead.
That was a scorcher off the bat of Liz Moore. And now Alyssa Acosta has a chance to keep this inning alive. As time has been called, and the Dolphins might be making a change here. We'll see. Perhaps a pinch runner over at first. And Sabrina Caffel will come in to run for the Dolphins here.
We saw her pitch run in game number 1. She'll do it again here in game number 2. The Dolphins look for some speed.
Dolphins going for 4 straight wins here today. They swept American International on Wednesday. They've had quite a few days off since. They did have a doubleheader scheduled against Bloomfield. That doubleheader was wiped out by the weather. They had to get this doubleheader in as DeUville traveled all the way from Buffalo. So they tried to squeeze these games in early today. We got started at 10 a.m. It's now past 2 o'clock. And this game is still tied. Nick has brought inclement weather upon us. And the sky is getting darker quickly. As Acosta takes a strike now.
It was more of, relaying that to you because we're going to have to move our equipment in case of anything.
We're not moving the equipment anywhere. The broadcast is ending. The broadcast is over if it starts raining as that pitch misses low. We hope that doesn't happen, but if the rain starts at all, we have to shut it down. We have no coverage. Now the stats desk is getting mad at me as Acosta takes ball 2.
I don't regret anything.
Nick regrets nothing. They're calling me the commentator's jinx, which is probably warranted, as that's grounded through the middle for a base hit. Caffel takes a big turn and will stop at second.
Good thing
she did.
Yeah, that's a jinx right there, Joe.
That was a big turn she took.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 51, Layla Aponte.
We'll get another look at it on the replay. Now you can't see Tracy Garofalo in the frame, but if Caffel continues, she's almost certainly out.
Inning is still alive for CSI. Layla Aponte with a chance to bring home the go-ahead run to give CSI a chance to win it in the top of the 7th. A single would do it.
Go-ahead run in scoring position. 2 outs, bottom half of the 6th. First pitch to Aponte is hit through the middle for a base hit. Here comes Caffel. The throw coming to the plate, not in time. Aponte is trying to induce a rundown. Acosta is headed to the plate, and she will score. And the Dolphins lead it by 2.
Joe, see, I told you I have that effect on people. 2-run single for Aponte. Great base running from the Dolphins. And they now have a 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 26, Corey Whalen.
What a turn of events here in the 6th. The Dolphins making something out of seemingly nothing. 2 outs, and not much going on for CSI. They've very quickly turned that around and are now 3 outs away from a sweep.
2-out rally for the Dolphins, and now a 2-run lead.
Let's get another look at what went down on that play, as there's a lot to unpack on that last base hit. First, of course, is the base hit into right center. That gave the Dolphins the lead. Good base running by Aponte over at first, inducing the rundown. And I'm not quite sure why the Saints didn't just let her go. They had no chance at an out. She was halfway between first and second.
Dolphins will take it nonetheless. now have the 2-run lead. A pitching change now for the Saints as they try to keep this game within reach. It's 7-5 with 2 outs here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
Cassie Crerar back into the game for D'Youville. She pitched in game 1 and will now try and close the door on the 6th inning here in game 2. I'll get you her line from the first game in just a moment. In game 1, she took the loss, pitched an inning and 2/3. She allowed a couple of base hits and the game-winning run. Struck out 1. She only faced 7 batters in that game. She should be relatively fresh here in this second game, as now they are checking on Aponte over at first base. It looks like her right hand.
Maybe a cut from when she slid back into first base.
That makes sense, and looks like they'll try and get that cleaned up. And that does appear to be the case. Now you have to keep that blood off the uniform.
That's like what they're doing.
Yep. Now the instinct would be to try and wipe it off on the uniform, but you don't want to do that, as now they have to work on the uniform as well in that case. When play resumes, Victoria Whalen will be the batter. Whalen got on her last time up, was removed for a pinch runner, re-entered the game, and now bats with Aponte over at first base. Still 2 outs in the inning. The Dolphins now have 14 hits in the game. They've once again doubled up the Saints in the hits department. First pitch to Whalen, skips in for ball 1. That's a nice block by Bardeen.
Bardeen trying to keep the runner at first and not give Whalen an RBI opportunity for the runner in scoring position.
Keeping the runner at first is important here, as it would likely take an extra base hit to score Aponte from first. In fact, it definitely would, and that will fall for a single off the bat of Whalen.
Another base hit for Whalen. She's been really good in this doubleheader today. And now a runner in score position for the Dolphins.
Now batting, the catcher, number 19, Rianne Mayer.
And the Dolphins just keep the line moving here in the 6th. As now, it looks like we're going to have another pinch runner. Paige Bell will run for Layla Aponte over at second. Whalen is the runner over at first. Rianne Mayer is the batter. And the Dolphins have a chance to extend their lead further here. If they haven't reached it already, the Dolphins have to be approaching a season high in hits. We'll check that right now as we await the start of this next at bat. Mayer awaits the first pitch. And she hits one to second. That's handled by Adamo, who throws out Mayer for the final out of the inning. It is indeed a season high in hit for the Dolphins. They now have 15 in the game. Their previous season high was 14. They are 3 outs away from a sweep of the Saints, leading D'Youville 7-5, heading to the 7th. And we are back for the 7th inning. The Dolphins hope this will be the final inning, as they are 3 outs away from a sweep of DeUville University.
There's that button again.
Just can't help himself over there. He's having a grand old time at public address.
Well, we're all having a grand old time.
If they just turn the level down, that won't happen. As that ball misses up and away. Lewis, turn the level knob down to the left just a bit and turn the microphone dial up. There's a big swing and a miss. As Beck has the count evened up at 1-1.
Been 2 eventful games here at the softball complex. CSI trying to sweep this doubleheader.
Beck is 2 for 3 at the plate. Coming into this plate appearance, she's now ahead in the count, 2-1. If she gets on, the Saints will bring the tying run to the plate. And that's hit hard on the ground. Balderas has it, and she throws out Beck for the first out.
That was a tough out forced from Balderas. Went right into her glove off a one-hop and was able to make a strong throw to first. Huge out number 1 for the Dolphins.
Number 8, Michaela Bush.
Quick reactions over at short by Balderas, and that's a nice play for the first out here in the 7th.
Dolphins defense has been very good for most part of this game.
That will bring Michaela Bush to the plate, and Bush looks at a called strike. Bush is 1 for 2, has driven in a run and walked. Here comes the 0-1, and that's swung on and missed.
Kind of a half-hearted swing on that one from Bush. Strayer had her fooled on that one, and now it's up 0-2 in the count.
That off-speed pitch from Strayer has the Saints very off balance. That sails up high. Now, in the past, we've called games from right behind home plate, and we've heard opposing players' remarks so slow after that ball comes in. And there is a lot of skill to get the ball to the plate that slowly with the right movement, as that pitch, apparently, just missed.
You saw it from the CSI infielders. They thought that was strike 3 as well.
All of them grinning ear to ear simultaneously after that call. Here comes the 2-2. And that misses. Strayer thought she had it again.
Well, Bush now has worked the count full 3-2. If she is to get on base, the tying run would get to the plate for the Saints.
Strayer has to attack here. That's fouled straight back. I knew I could count on you not to flinch, Nick. You haven't flinched all day.
I'm a veteran at this.
That's right. Veterans only at the commentary desk. Everyone else go home. Here comes another 3-2 pitch. And that is in for a called strike 3.
We keep talking about it, Joe. Another off-speed pitch forced by Strayer, and it fooled Bush at the plate. What a big out number 2 force on that strikeout. CSI had out away from sweeping this doubleheader.
Strayer thought she had the strikeout a couple of times, gets it on the 3-2 pitch. As it's beginning to get windy, it's beginning to get cold, and we are about to be engulfed in dust behind home plate as that pitch misses for ball 1.
Those goggles would be very handy right now.
Dolphins just 1 out away. Emily Prisbish, the batter, and she takes a called strike.
Was showing bunt, which is very surprising considering with 2 outs, but she does have the speed to get on if she were to bunt, but with 2 outs, it's a very interesting decision to do that.
Here comes the 1-1. And that's hit softly past Strayer and into the glove of Aponte, who throws out Prisbish, and the ball game is over. The Dolphins have swept DeUville University to pick up a pair of conference wins. They have now won 4 in a row overall. They have beaten DeUville in 3 straight games. And for the Dolphins, it is a 7-5 victory in Game 2 of today's doubleheader behind a season-high 15 hits.
Dolphins get their 8th win now of the season with this sweep of the doubleheader. Could not have asked for 2 better games here at the softball complex. A game-winning, thrilling RBI walk-off single from Nisa Acosta, and the Dolphins fighting their way back in this game. Down 5-3 at one point, were able to score 4 unanswered runs, take the lead, and you said it, Joe, there's team season high with 15 hits on the day. Dolphins bats came to play they get a big-time doubleheader to get some momentum boost going into the rest of the season.
Well, Nick, typically you and I would stay on for the post game just a bit longer, but it's getting cold, and it looks like bad weather could be rolling in any minute, so we'll step aside quickly as we wrap up today's broadcast. The Dolphins win by a final score of 7-5 here in Game 2. They win in walk-off fashion in Game 1 by a final score of 2-1 for CSI. They've now won 4 straight. They improve to 8-14 on the season. They are now 2-2 in conference play, and they are right back at it tomorrow on the road against Queens. More conference games coming up on Thursday against St. Thomas Aquinas College. You won't want to miss those. You can catch those broadcasts on the ECC network. As for CSI baseball, things not going well in Flushing. They trail 9-0. Our next broadcast will be CSI Dolphins baseball. That game will take place on Friday against Malloy University. Be sure to catch that on Friday afternoon. Until then, this has been Joe Foreman, and for my broadcast partner, Nick Bavona, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your Monday afternoon. Dolphins win a pair over Deauville, 2-1 and 7-5.